Pick up your copy of the Son of Man Speaks magazine today. With the Son of Man Speaks magazine, you'll receive automotive tips, wholesome recipes, financial advice, and most importantly, a true understanding of the Word of God. Get your copy of the Son of Man Speaks from these select locations. Sisters, Braid 2, 18070 Mount Elliott, the Shell gas station, 13110 West 7 Mile Road. To get a subscription, call 601-786-9780. That's 601-786-9780. The Son of Man Speaks magazine, dedicated to becoming free indeed.
Come check out the new Sisters Braid 2 hair braiding and natural hair care salon, located at 18070 Mount Elliott Street. Our new salon is spacious with adequate parking, Wi-Fi, and all brand new state-of-the-art salon equipment. Come meet your local hair braiders and natural hair care specialists, and check out our many hair care services such as hair treatments, box braids, cornrows, tree braids, cabana twists, children's braids, natural twists, lock extensions, kinky twists, goddess locks, updos, full weaves, and more. Please feel free to visit us on the web at www.sistersbraid2.com or call 313-826-0498. Here at Sisters Braid 2, we offer exceptional care for exceptional hair. We look forward to seeing you. Sisters Braid 2 is a proud recipient of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund.
We would like to invite you to help support the efforts of the Unity and Rebuilding Fund. Visit the website at www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. That's www.unityandrebuildingfund.com. We often hear how we need to work together to rebuild the city. We're actually doing it. You can make online donations and click on links to track the progress of the Unity and Rebuilding. And for more information, 313-866-0000 is the local number. Again, 313-866-0000. Support the Unity and Rebuilding.
To make your online tithes, offerings, donations, gifts to the Son of Man through Cash App, make your payment to $New Nation of Islam. That's $New Nation of Islam. Or call 601-786-7056. 601-786-7056.
The views and opinions expressed on the following show are not necessarily the views and opinions of WHPS, its affiliates, management, or sponsors.
Brothers and sisters, are you tired of reading the Holy Scripture and not really understanding what you read? And if you're reasonably sure, have you ever tested that what you feel you know with someone that has a different view than your own? Then let's talk with one another. Then let's reason with one another on a Scriptural Discussion with the Son of Man every Wednesday at 9 p.m., Friday at 9 p.m., and Sunday at 12 noon. On WHPR TV Detroit Live, 88.1 FM WHPR, and Comcast Cable. Why don't you call and discuss the Holy Bible, and if you have one, the Holy Quran, and come to an agreement about the Holy Scriptures and their true meaning? You can call them live on the air at area code 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. That's 313-868-4336, 313-868-0342, or 313-868-0351. And now, let's go live with a Scriptural Discussion with the Son of Man.
the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, the Truthful, and the Most Just. I greet all of you once again who are hungry and thirsty for the truth of righteousness and the truth in general. I greet you all with the greeting words of peace. May Allah's salam alaikum. I want to begin, as I always do, with those who want to have a civilized conversation with me about whatever they disagree with me on. I welcome that because I know that we don't the best we can do with truth is to know fractions. We know fractions of truth. There are so many truths that compose the whole that you can never know. It's just like the universe. You don't head off in a direction and say, I'm going to go see how far this goes. If you want to go see how far that direction goes, you ain't never going to come back. Do you understand? Because it has no end. So, the way we define something that does not end is we draw a circle. It has no end to it. That's what the wedding rings is about. You know, they put a ring on and it locks. It's supposed to represent an unending relationship, a love between you and your spouse. But so we say a circle, one of the most efficient forms in the universe is a natural form, and it's also a sphere or circle. Do you understand? And so you notice all the planets around. Your head is a sphere. You know, it just circles within circles. But anyway, I'm going to give everybody that, as the messenger said, we look forward, to questioning each other. Scientists attack each other's theories or attack each other's truths with questions. For it is very unintelligent for you to go climbing up on a ladder and you haven't tested his lungs. We don't mind being questioned about what we teach. It's just that most people, they run in circles where they only talk to people who agree with them, and consequently they wind up deceiving themselves, and they never entertain anyone's arguments or questions that may disagree with them. And so they proceed on a false foundation. And then they get angry when that foundation is plucked away. Do you understand? I I don't, you notice when people come in to my class telling me how much they appreciate me or appreciate what I'm teaching, I ask them, then why did you stop me? I don't need a cheering section. You got people out there claiming to be a fan club for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. There no messenger of God need no fan club. That's not what messengers of God come here for. Messengers of God come here and ask, who are my helpers? Now, who are my fans? You see, it's just like when any of the famous people that had so many fans, if it wasn't for his helpers, the people who are actually making sure the microphones are working in there, the musicians back there, if it wasn't for them who actually helping him to put that show on, you'd have never even got a chance to see how much you enjoyed him. You didn't just enjoy him, you enjoyed all of that stuff that helped you to enjoy him. Do you understand? Or her? You see? And so, no one of us is, as I think the poet said better, no man is an island unto himself. You see? I mean, even that which you see of an island has a piece of a mountain up under it supporting it. So we don't go around just claiming all the credit for what we do. We can't do that. You notice we is used far more in the Holy Scriptures than I. And even when we say I, we still mean we. You see, as I and my Father are one. Well, then that's we then. So we don't, this keeps us where we're supposed to be. Humble. Not full of arrogance and foolish pride. So we left off at chapter 5 in holding the line inside the nation's preeminent U.S. Attorney's Office and its battle with the Trump Justice Department. Jeffrey Berman, he's the author of this book. As you know I had started reading to you from it. This chapter is chapter 5, and it says, next up, John Kerry. Greg Craig is a classic inside the Beltway figure, well known primarily within Washington's power corridors. I'm not sure how many people around the country were familiar with Craig before Trump started tweeting about him. John Kerry's fame is of a different magnitude. He was a decorated Vietnam War veteran who became a high-profile critic of the war and then a U.S. Senator representing Massachusetts for more than a quarter of a century. He nearly became president as the Democratic nominee. He was defeated in a close election when George W. Bush won a second term in 2004. Kerry left the Senate in 2013 to become Barack Obama's Secretary of State. In that role, he was the lead U.S. negotiator for what became known as the Iran nuclear deal. The controversial accord in which Iran agreed to dismantle parts of its nuclear program and open certain facilities to inspection in exchange for the easing of harsh economic sanctions and cash payments of well over $1 billion. The formal name was the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and the negotiations included other world powers such as Russia and China. Trump opposed the deal and campaigned against it. About a year into his presidency, he pulled the United States out of it. Kerry would, you know, the sad part about campaigning against a deal that stops anybody from producing nuclear weapons. Is it intelligent for you to rail or argue against something that you really don't know anything about? No. It's not intelligent. That's the one fault I find in politicians. You know, a politician sometimes, if that's all he has going, he's just a person who finds a bandwagon to jump on, and he's always looking for a bandwagon. He's a hitchhiker. Which way you going? Well, I'll go that way too. That's not a leader. I have learned I learned this from growing up in the United States. Before making judgments, get the evidence. Get as much evidence from both sides, pro and con. Before you decide where you stand on that. The Holy Quran says, if an unrighteous person brings you news, why does it put it like that? We speak the word of God. We speak the wisdom of God in a mystery. In order to really understand that, you have to know the Bible. For the Bible says, there is none righteous. No, not one. Well, then, there's your answer. Instead of saying, if anyone brings you news, look carefully into it. It says, if an unrighteous man brings you news, look carefully into it. And since ain't none righteous, it could have just as easily said, that's said, if anyone brings you some news, look carefully into it. Lest you harm a people and then be sorry for what you did. Okay. So, I'm reading again. Kerry would have spent many hours in rooms negotiating with his counterpart. the Iranian foreign minister, Javad Zarif. After his tenure as Secretary of State ended at the close of the Obama administration, Kerry publicly acknowledged that he would occasionally communicate with Zarif. Kerry, who has since joined the Biden administration, later explained that it is common for previous secretaries of state, U.S. senators, and others involved in international affairs to talk to and maintain cordial relations with diplomats and other officials from foreign nations. That's not only common, that's an intelligent thing to do. How can there be an ongoing friendly relation with someone that you don't keep up contact with? But anyway, every Secretary of State, former Secretary of State, continues to meet with foreign leaders, goes to security conferences, goes around the world. He said in a Fox News interview, that's what, we all do that. That's what he said, and that's quotes. And we have some conversations with people about the state of affairs in the world in order to understand them. We don't negotiate. We are not involved in interfering with policy, but we certainly have reasonable discussions about nuclear weapons. The world, China, different policies, obviously. But what you think people, once they leave office, that they no longer are concerned about world affairs? Especially if they were part in helping to shape those world affairs. You don't think they keep up with the news on it? Sometimes you have to call in someone who participated, like John Kennedy did with some of the people that knew Khrushchev that had worked with Khrushchev before when he hadn't. Do you understand? But anyway, President Trump did not see it that way. On May 7th, 2018, he tweeted, "The United States does not need John Kerry's possibly illegal shadow diplomacy on the very badly negotiated Iran deal. He was the one that created this mess in the first place." When did it become a mess? It only became a mess when Donald Trump got in there and started lying. Do you understand? What did any of you all get? You people that's dirt poor like me. What did you get out of that $2 trillion tax cut? When did it start rolling in for you? What did you get out of that? Donald Trump did that. What did you get out of them tariffs that tariff thing that he started taxing people's goods coming in, and then wind up businesses that shipping stuff out of here had to start paying tariffs on stuff they were sending places because of him. What did you get out of that? I told you before he got in there that he was intending on draining your swamp. That's what Washington, D.C. is sitting on. It's the capital is sitting on a swamp. And it was drained, and then they filled it, and they built Washington on it. So if he was talking about draining the swamp, he was talking about, if you're going to drain it again, that means you're going to get rid of Washington. I didn't hear you. And I told you that. But you know, he did you like you did me and my people. He talked past you, and you didn't know he was talking about your demise, and you thought he was saying something nice about what he was planning on doing, when he had already told you he had been in there making contributions to both sides, Republicans and Democrats. So what did Tony Stark say? He said, "Give your, let me see, make your friends rich and your enemies rich until you find out which is which." Do you heard something to that effect? I forgot how he put it. It made me roll. But that's the way they've been doing. He's been playing both sides. He ain't neither Republican or Democrat. He's just a sick individual who have delusions of grandeur about himself, and he did just what. When you get a chance, look at Damn Yankees. That old movie is when they used to do musicals. And the devil, the man that played Martin the Martian, he was the devil. And he was singing this song. He said, the good old days and the glorious dash when the stock market crashed. And he said that I see Joan Bonaparte of me, if ever I see one. He said, and Nero fiddling through the fiery furnace flames. What was Donald Trump doing while the fire of a pandemic was raging across America and every other continent? What was he doing? Fiddling around, pretending that it was not no pandemic, there was no danger. You know, I know you didn't think Nero fiddling while Rome was burning really meant that Rome was on fire and Nero was fiddling with the fire. No, fiddling is what Donald Trump was doing. That's what Nero was doing. He was not attending to the problems of Rome. Do you understand? Just like when the people attacked when his people attacked the Capitol, what was he doing? Fiddling with the TV, probably changing from channel to channel to see which one had the best coverage of it. So now I'm telling you, since he couldn't participate no more, I guess some people in the Secret Service was smart enough to realize what was going on. But you had some of you all that's in the Secret Service looked like you was involved in it. But anyway, since he couldn't participate, he was fiddling around with his television, watching it, and hoping that they could still do something to keep him in power. He didn't care how many of them got killed or whatever. He just wanted to stay in power. But anyway, let me get back to this. I'm finish this, and then we're going to go back to the January 6th hearing. Where did I leave off at? Okay, President Trump, so I'm on the last paragraph now. President Trump did not see it that way. On May 7th, 2018, he tweeted, "The United States does not need John Kerry's possibly illegal shadow diplomacy on the very bad negotiated Iran deal. He was the one that created this mess in the first place." Tell me something. What was the alternative? Did Donald Trump do anything other than stoke the fires of war and stoke the fires of division, not only in this country, but in the UN and every place else he went? What did Donald Trump accomplish other than anarchy? The desire for anarchy. What did he accomplish? On May 8th, he tweeted, that was not a rhetorical question. If some of you all want to come in here and point out some accomplishments of Donald Trump that helped the American people, I'd like you to point it out. I'll be glad to let you share it with us. And be ready with your statistics and your proof. And I know you have some video of it or something that he accomplished for this country that was in the best interest of the people of the United States. On May 8th, he tweeted, John Kerry can't get over the fact that he had his chance and blew it. Stay away from negotiatings, John. You are hurting our country. You are hurting your country. Oh, see, now I'm assuming that he had sense enough to say our. But he didn't even say our country. He said your country. Ain't that something? This is the man that's president that you want for president? Certain times you can get away with saying your. But not in a statement like that. It's because, I mean, look at how they faked out that poor little fella, Edward Snowden. He runs to tell Putin how low down the United States is. He didn't realize what he had here in the United States. Do you understand? And that's generally where you lose valuable stuff you have. You don't know its value. You know how people all the time, they go and they put something up for sale. Might be a garage sale, might be a famous painting or something that they don't know that how valuable it is. How much you want for that? I'll take 150 for it. So I'll tell you what, I'll give you 200 for it here. Because it's worth 200 million, 200,000, and they let it go for nothing. Huh? Are you aware that if it was not for the United States, it probably would not be no Ukraine right now? America first. Gotta get rid of that. I mean, America can be Canada, the U.S. I mean, that could be anything. But everybody know what that is. If you want dictatorships to be successful, you got to get rid of the successful democracy first. I didn't hear you. See, as long as there's competition, people can see something, an alternative to what you're offering them. You don't even know the value of your own country. You know. No, I didn't say our. I say yours. See, you've been telling me all my life that this is white people's country. So don't get mad when I say your country. Yeah, this is your country. I want my own. But for me to have my own don't mean I got to burn yours down. That's not a good starting point. You know what the name Jerusalem means? It means founded in peace. It don't mean founded in shedding blood. established in war? No. The new nation of Islam is founded in peace. The scripture referred to it as New Jerusalem. You see, I don't need no iron dome defense. My defense is the word of God. He said if there's any fighting to be done, he said, I will do that. On May 9th, the day after the second Trump tweet, the co-chiefs of SDNY, the co-chiefs of SDNY's National Security Unit, Ferrara and Graff, had a meeting at Main Justice with the head of the unit that oversees counterintelligence cases at DOJ, which is under the National Security Division. He said that Main Justice was referring an investigation to us that concerned Kerry's Iran-related conduct. The conduct that had annoyed the president was now a priority of the Department of Justice. The focus was to be on potential violations of the Logan Act. There are several things to know about the Logan Act. One is that it is a very old law. It was enacted in 1799 by Congress and forbids private citizens to engage in unauthorized negotiations with foreign governments. The statute was, kind of like what your boy was doing, Michael Flynn was doing. He was doing negotiating and telling Putin, wait, don't respond to the sanctions yet. Wait, trying to get him to hold off because Donald and them was going to work out a deal with him later. But that's what needed to be investigated. but anyway, the statute was passed during tensions over whether the United States should become involved on the side of the French revolutionary government, which was still battling forces loyal to the beheaded Louis the 16th. I think that's 16. Thomas Jefferson recently returned from a 5-year diplomatic stint in Paris, favored U.S. intervention in the conflict. His antagonist, Alexander Hamilton, vehemently opposed it. If you saw the Broadway show Hamilton, you probably remember Hamilton and Jefferson engaging in a comic hip-hop showdown over this, with George Washington tried to referee. In the midst of his political struggle, the real one, not the Hamilton version, a private citizen named George Logan traveled from his home in Philadelphia to France and met with government officials. Logan was a physician and farmer. His family were loyalists, and he spent the Revolutionary War in England getting his medical degree. Well, he obviously didn't want to. Well, anyway, at least one historical text has referred to him as a busybody. Logan succeeded in securing a French agreement to stop harassing and seizing U.S. merchant ships, which they had been doing primarily off the eastern seaboard and in the Caribbean. Logan's opponents however, opposed his freelancing, and some considered it treasonous. In response came the Logan Act. It reads, any citizen of the United States, wherever he may be, who, without authority of the United States, directly or indirectly commences or carries on any correspondence or intercourse with any foreign government or any officer or agent thereof with intent to influence the measure or conduct of any foreign government or of any officer or agent thereof in relation to any disputes or controversies with the United States, or to defeat the measures of the United States, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. To say, end quote, to say that the law has been sporadically enforced would be an understatement. In 1803, a Kentucky farmer named Francis Flournoy was indicted after writing an article under a pen name that advocated a new independent state within North America that would become part of France. He was never actually prosecuted. Half a century later, as a U.S.-backed group of businessmen was seeking to build a rail line across a narrow stretch of land between the Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific Ocean. The area is known as the Isthmus of Tehuantepec. Excuse it if I didn't pronounce it right, but that's the best I can do. A U.S. merchant living in Mexico tried to spoil the deal because he had his own ambitions to build the project. Jonas Phillips Levy was indicted. Jonas Phillips Levy was indicted under the Logan Act after writing a letter to the Mexican president asking him to reject a treaty. Asking him to reject the treaty proposed by Secretary of State Daniel Webster that would have smoothed the way for the preferred group to build the rail line. That was the last attempt at a prosecution under the Logan Act in 1852. Levy was never brought to trial. Well, I guess not, because it was all about business. You can't, the government can't get mad at a businessman for trying to do business. I mean, really, that's kind of rich. But anyway, this is capitalism. It is worth mentioning. Now, look, this ain't in the book. You're looking at it. You know I'm not talking about the book right there. But anyway, it is worth mentioning one other thing about the Logan Act. It came up peripherally in a civil case in 1964, in which one of the parties suggested that the other might have been in violation of the statute. A judge in the Southern District commented that the law, if ever put to the test, would likely be found unconstitutional because, as written, it is vague and indefinite. You can't tell a private citizen that they can't talk to other people in other countries about world affairs if they are in that, in a place where they can talk to people. Just like politicians here, they if you meet one out there, and he will talk to you, and you talk to him. Do you understand? This is what we were being asked to consider using to prosecute John Kerry. When a possible crime is brought to our attention, our obligation is to take it seriously. We don't set out to find reasons to disregard the allegations, nor do we try to rush through the process. We investigate. We also significantly look at the conduct in terms of whether any laws were actually broken. At that initial meeting, Ferrara and Graff were told that given the case's sensitivity, the National Security Division at Main Justice would be more involved than it typically is. 2 days later, Ferrara and Graff briefed me, and we agreed to accept the referral and explore whether a crime had been committed. They had already been in touch with their FBI counterparts who would play a role as well. It is important to note here that while Kerry was obviously aware of Trump's tweets, the former Secretary of State did not know about this nascent investigation. And in the months that followed, he never learned of it. It never leaked into the media. So how did this investigation get started? Did Trump pass word down through Main Justice, which was then headed by Sessions, that he wanted Kerry prosecuted? In a way, the question answers itself. No one needed to talk with Trump to know what he wanted. You could read his tweets. Anyone wanting to please him at Main Justice, from the Attorney General down through the political appointees in his chain of command, could act on them. An irony in the Kerry episode is that Trump himself was reported to have conducted foreign policy before he took office. During the transition between his election in November 2016 and his inauguration the following January, he opposed a pending United States resolution that condemned Israeli settlements on the West Bank in order to prevent it from coming to a vote. Trump, still technically a private citizen and in opposition to the still in office Obama administration, reached out to then Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, according to accounts in the New York Times and other media outlets. He's known to do stuff like that. You know, while he's breaking the law, he points to somebody who's not and tell you, you need to investigate that man over there. The pretense of him being someone who respects law, but he's always, his main thing when you hear him bring up something about who needs to be investigated is to put your attention someplace other than where on what he's doing. Do you understand? From the outset, I was skeptical that there was a case to be made. I knew enough about the Logan Act to have strong doubts. Politicians from both sides of the aisle have talked about it from time to time, suggesting that some opponent is in violation of it. It never goes anywhere. But I figured if they bring us a possible case, we'll do our best. We'll look into it. We brought a prosecutor from the National Security Unit, Andrew DeFilippis, into the investigation. Trump, meanwhile, kept on tweeting, quote, John Kerry had illegal meetings with the very hostile Iranian regime which can only serve to undercut our great work to the detriment of the American people. He wrote that in September. He told them to wait out the Trump administration. Was he registered under the Foreign Agents Registration Act? Bad. You know. Trump's Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, joined Trump in his fixation on Kerry. After Trump's September 2018 tweet, Pompeo, referring to Kerry's conversations with his former Iranian counterpart, said, "You can't find precedent for this in U.S. history." He added that he would leave the, quote, legal determinations to others. The next step would have been to conduct an inquiry into Kerry's electronic communications, what's known as a 2703D order. That would have produced the header information. The to from date, and, you know, to so-and-so from so-and-so. The to from date and subject fields, but not the contents. I decided that before moving forward, it made sense to evaluate whether we would ever have a viable, appropriate charge that matched up with Kerry's alleged conduct. At the risk of stating the obvious, under our system of law, pissing off the president is not a chargeable offense. I asked the Philippines to conduct additional legal research into the Logan Act and other potentially applicable theories. Quote, look, we're talking about going to the next step here, I said. Quote, but before we do any further investigation, I want to know what the law is on the Logan Act. Let's say we gather additional documents. I want to know, how is that helping us? End quote. I wanted to answer the question. Even if these things happened, was it a crime? Let's cut to the chase and find that out, because we've got plenty of other work to do, and I don't want us to just be spinning our wheels on this. For the next several months, the Philippines conduct extensive research into the Logan Act. For the next several months, the Philippines conducted extensive research into the Logan Act, as well as statutes relating to possible criminal ethics violations by former senior government employees. On April 22nd, 2019, Trump tweeted, quote, Iran is being given very bad advice by John Kerry and people who helped him lead the U.S. into the very bad Iran nuclear deal. Big violation of Logan Act, end quote. The tweet was in the morning. That afternoon, Ferreira got a call from Maine Justice. He was told that David Burns, the principal deputy assistant attorney general, for national security wanted to know why we were delaying. Why had we not proceeded with a 2703D order? The look into Kerry's electronic communications. The next day, Burns spoke to Ferrara, Graff, and De Philippes and repeatedly pressed them about why they had not submitted the 2703D order. The team responded that additional analysis needed to be done before pursuing the order. The pattern here is clear and outrageous. In the beginning, we got pulled into the investigation by Main Justice after Trump started tweeting his displeasure about Kerry. And now, 11 months later, on the same day of another Trump tweet, one in which he's specific about what criminal act he believes Kerry committed. We were being pushed to move forward, and they were asking us basically, what's taking so long? Why aren't you going harder and faster at this enemy of the president? There was no other way for me to look at it. By the time we got pressured in April 2019, on the same day as one of the Trump tweets, Bill Barr was the Attorney General, and he always insisted that he was his own man, running an independent DOJ. Trump didn't tell him what to do. That's what Bill Barr said. But Trump didn't need to tell Barr what to do any more than he needed to tell Whitaker or anyone else in DOJ who was interested in doing his bidding. All Barr had to do was read Trump's tweets or follow the ubiquitous news coverage of them to know that he wanted John Kerry prosecuted. We spent roughly a year exploring whether there was any basis to further investigate Kerry. Memos were written, revised, and thoroughly discussed. Our deep dive into the Logan Act confirmed why no one has ever been successfully prosecuted under it in the more than 220 years. It has been on the books. It says in the more than 220 years it has been on the books. Nobody has been successfully prosecuted under it. The law is not useful. It definitely does not prohibit a former U.S. Secretary of State from talking to a foreign official. We did not find that Kerry violated any ethics, statutes, or any laws having to do with the improper handling of classified material. In September 2019, De Philippes advised the National Security Division at Main Justice that he would not be pursuing the case further. He had earlier attempted to tell this specific National Security Department attorney assigned to the case of our decision, but he couldn't connect because that attorney was engaged in another matter, the Craig trial. That's a pretty good counter to the Kerry episode. We couldn't close the loop and let the relevant Main Justice attorneys know we were declining this BS prosecution. No, I ain't gonna read that one. You know, that's. because he was too busy. Everybody know what BS means. It don't mean Bachelor of Science either. That's so I'm saying bull boo boo, bull hockey. So it says prosecution because he was too busy with another BS case that we had declined. They were just full of BS, wasn't they? And it said this was incredibly not the end of it. Surely, after the Philippines call on September 19th, 2019, the counsel for the Attorney General, Will Levy, called me to say that Barr and the NSD expected to take the Kerry case to another district. It astonished me that Barr, about 2 weeks after Craig's acquittal, would follow the same failed game plan with the Kerry case. I told Levi that I stood by my decision not to prosecute. The following April, I learned that the Kerry case had been reassigned to the District of Maryland. I received a call from Robert Hur, the U.S. Attorney for Maryland, who asked about potential criminal charges against Kerry. I went back through the whole thing, explained our reasons for declining, and urged her to do the same. Her would come to the same conclusion we did, and the Kerry investigation just quietly died, as it should have. Okay, now we'll take up chapter 6 tomorrow, if it please Allah. Now, these people, as you can see, they don't have any, just like Bill Barr now trying to act like he's, agreeing with what's happening. Well, that's that bandwagon thing. You understand? Bill Barr need to be charged for in sedition and all of that stuff too. He helped push it to the level that it went to. They had a chance to do the right thing when that investigation showed that the Mueller investigation showed that Trump was complicit with Russia. Bill Barr came out there and tried to sweep it. Matter of fact, he swept it under the rug. When those who are supposed to uphold the law break the law, then there ain't no law. Now, let's go back to the
Objection.
The January 6th hearing.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, we began this meeting by returning to election night, November 3rd, 2020. As the chairman noted, we previously presented testimony about how the election results were expected to come in that night. In certain states, ballots cast by mail before election day would be counted only after the polls closed that evening. That meant that election results would not be known for some time. Although President Trump's campaign manager, Bill Stepien, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, and Jared Kushner had advised Donald Trump to encourage mail-in voting by Republicans, President Trump did not do so.
Yeah, I just remember generally, you had people arguing that we had a very, very robust get-out-vote effort and that, mail-in ballots could be a good thing for us if we looked at it correctly.
There was one meeting that was had in particular. I invited Kevin McCarthy to join the meeting, he being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting, not to be a bad thing for his campaign. But the president's mind was made up.
So it was expected before the election that the initial counts in some states, in other words, those votes cast on election day, would be more heavily Republican, and this would create the false perception of a lead for President Trump, a so-called red mirage. But as the results of the absentee ballots were later counted, there could be trends towards Vice President Biden as those mail-in ballots were counted. Now, on election night, Donald Trump's advisors specifically told him he didn't have a factual basis to declare victory. He should wait for the remaining ballots to be counted. Here is campaign.
Now, most of us, even most of the people who was there, they was in the dark about what really was going on. You see, Donald Trump was trying to become the dictator of the United States. He needed the election to not go right in order to install himself. Even if he had won the election, that would have been the end of a president for him. Do you understand what that means? See, he couldn't even pretend to run the next time because he couldn't. You understand? So whatever he was going to do to stay in office for life, he had to do it with this election. That's why he needed to declare martial law. And by declaring martial law, you could just shut down the electoral process and start putting stuff in the positions that you want to put them in. Accusing whoever you wanted to accuse under the farce of, under the pretentious thing that the Justice Department done found that he Barr and them, since Barr jumped ship. But whoever he installed in the Justice Department, and remember he was replacing people at the head of the Pentagon and all of these kind of things. Yeah. He was going to take over the country and then arrest Joe Biden and arrest all of the ones who ran against him and accuse them of nefarious conduct to steal the election and all of that kind of thing. And he needed those fake electors so that he could bring them in and say they even tried to get rid of the true electors and put fake electors in there, and which his were the fake. Do you understand? See, it was all about him getting up there declaring martial law. That's what he was fighting to get up there for. You see? So just wait. The evidence is there. All you have to do is just look at it.
The bill step here.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted. Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that.
Now, when I said these fellas didn't know what was going on, I was telling you the truth. But they had just enough racism in them that they didn't bother to watch what was going on. They wasn't even on the same page as Donald Trump. Do you understand? They were useful idiots to him. You remember what what's the name said? Howard Stern. Howard Stern said, the people who love Donald Trump the most are the ones that he hates the most. Do you understand? Okay. So, see, how could they even still be with him after 4 years of him? They just as low down as he is. They just wasn't smart.
Belief. My recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race.
But President Trump did declare victory in the late hours of election night. Not only did he declare victory, he also called for the ongoing count of votes to just stop. Stopping the count would have violated both federal and state laws and also disenfranchised millions of voters who lawfully cast their vote. He called for that action anyway. Here's what he said. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election.
Now, you see what he's doing with his hands? Don't that mean stop? I mean, really, you know, when people say, hey, don't do that, don't do that. He's saying one thing, but his body is telling you something else. No, the man is once he said that he's a stable genius. What did he call it? A very stable genius. When in actuality the word is unstable. Whenever a person refuses to look at reality and call it what it is, you know that they are possessed of an unstable mind. Do you understand? You know, it's just like me. I know how I would like things to be, but I'm not detached from how things are. Do you understand? And I'm not going to try to pretend that things are different than what they really are. Nor will I follow or go along with someone who is not anchored to reality. You see?
Frankly, we did win this election. We want all voting to stop. We now know more about President Trump's intention for election night. The evidence shows that his false victory speech was planned well in advance, before any votes had been counted.
Because he needed to declare martial law. If the election is over and he's won, and then and they don't want him to be president, then somebody's doing something crooked. Do you understand? So he had, in order to become president for life, he could not let an election go, even if he won it. Because that would mean it's impossible for him to be president anymore after that. Do you understand? So he had to destroy the system before he left office. And the only way to destroy it was to do a coup. But do it and deceive the people into what really was going on. So he made it look like it was, he told the people to come there, it would be wild. Why? Because that's what you need to declare martial law. You need anarchy. Okay, now once he got them there acting up and whatnot, then he said, don't worry, we're gonna blame it on Antifa, you see. Kill up a few. They got to kill them Secret Service agents that drove him up there. If they were stupid enough to be involved in it and bring him up there, then that's some more useful idiots. Do you understand? Now, a man that treacherous. You remember at one time, tell you what, go online and look at Patton and watch what Hitler's generals were saying when, here they backing Hitler now and were scared of him. Don't you know that no coward can hold on to anything that he has of good? When one of them was going to tell Hitler that the plan that Hitler wanted them to do was not the right thing, and he said, why don't you tell him? I'm not going to tell him that. But what is that to say? They would scatter Hitler. It's just like any crooks, I mean, you saw The Godfather and all them, they was all scattered them big wigs. How could you possibly love someone that you are afraid to be yourself with? No. You don't know what you got here, man. You know why people come to the United States? They come to the United States with the hope in their heart that whatever they can accomplish, they will be free to give it a try. I can't help destroy something like that. I would not. This country got lots of problems. Lots of problems. How can you have all these different kind of people coming here with all of these baggage and think that you ain't got some problems? I tell people all the time coming here judging my followers. That so-and-so, he gets on my nerve. Well, what you thought they come to me for? They came to me sick. You don't go to the hospital because you're well. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Yearning to do what? Breathe free. Your wretched refuse. People that you done thrown away. People that you consider as not worth anything. They didn't forget how they got over here. They took them out of jails and stuff and sent them over here to be colonies of England and work for England and all that kind of stuff. We have a question in the lessons. It says, why did we let half original man Columbus discover the poor part of the planet Earth? And the answer was because the original man is the God and owner of the earth, and he knows every square inch of it. And he did not care about the poor part. Well, it's the same with you. People that you threw away from England. You threw away George Washington, Tom Jefferson, and all of them. You threw them people away. because you only brought out the worst in people. But the best part of them, you could see in the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States. You could see that there was abundance of good in people that were thrown away. People that always expect the worst in other people, they always figure out a way to bring it out. I don't go around dealing with people expecting the worst out of them. I don't care about the bad part. I got bad parts in me. It ain't one of us that's walking around on this planet that don't have boo-boo inside of us. Now, if all you doing is just walking around looking for the boo-boo in people, well, you go on and become a toilet. And I guarantee you will bring out the boo-boo in people. Because sometimes people hold it until they get in front of a toilet. Do you understand? So, yeah, that's what Donald Trump is. He get in front of people whose minds is like toilets, and so he feel free to bring all that garbage out of his mouth. He don't talk like that in front of somebody like Howard Stern, not for long. He's careful how he talk to Howard. He ain't careful how he talk to you. The more nasty he get, the better you like it, like a toilet. You just a walking toilet. There used to be a time when the American people's education demanded that politicians, when you get up in front of the American people, you better watch your mouth. Nothing wrong with you but your mouth. You done heard people say that. Huh? But now your mouth don't got Marjorie Taylor Greene and all these Matt Gaetz and all of them. They don't care what they let fly out their mouth. Because your education ain't worth squat. Made you fit to be nothing but just a walking toilet. So this is where you at now. And you came right to the cusp of losing your country. And the jury's still out. But I will not be one who helped you lose it. If anything, I'll be the one that you lost it in spite of. I didn't disrespect your flag. I showed respect for your flag. You disrespected it. You're still walking around here, right here in Mississippi, flying rebel flags in this country. That flag was in direct opposition to and tried to destroy this flag. And then you got nerve enough to be walking around here thinking somebody's supposed to be scared of you because you got a gang or whatever. To hell with you and to hell with your gang, man. Hell, take all that many of you to come get me. Man, you ain't nothing. You just remember, you can't come after mine and leave yours at home. So anyway, I have all the respect in the world for people who do wrong and recognize they was wrong and repent. See, the Miss Cheney and what's his name? Mr. Kinzinger. They recognize now All them wrong votes they cast in favor of Donald Trump, I reckon they see that they was burning their own house down. Colin Powell told you. He said, my party has become a party of racists. What you gonna say? Colin Powell was not what? Wasn't what? Man was loyal to this country to a fault. You didn't give a damn.
Premeditated plan by the president to declare victory no matter what the actual result was. He made a plan to stay in office before Election Day. Now, the vice president's staff was concerned with what Donald Trump might do on election night. They took steps to ensure that Mr. Pence would not echo a false victory announcement for President Trump. Here's what the vice president's counsel, Greg Jacob, told us about his preparations with the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short.
Mark had indicated to me that there was a possibility that there would be a declaration of victory within the White House that some might push for. And this is prior to the election results being known. And that he was trying to figure out a way of avoiding the vice president sort of being thrust into a position of needing to opine on that when he might not have sufficient information to do so.
Now, following this conversation, Mr. Jacob drafted a memo to Mr. Short, which the Select Committee got from the National Archives. The memo was sent on November 3rd, Election Day, and advised it is essential that the vice president not be perceived by the public as having decided questions concerning disputed electoral votes prior to the full development of all relevant facts. A few days before the election, Mr. Trump also consulted with one of his outside advisors, inside activist Tom Fitton, about the strategy for election night. The Select Committee got this pre-prepared statement from the National Archives. As you can see, the draft statement, which was sent on October 31st, declares, "We had an election today, and I won." And the Fitton memo specifically indicates a plan that only the votes counted by the election day deadline, and there is no election day deadline, would matter. Everyone knew that ballot counting would lawfully continue past election day. Claiming that the counting on election night must stop before millions of votes were counted was, as we now know, a key part of President Trump's premeditated plan. On election day, just after 5 p.m., Mr. Fitton indicated he'd spoken with the president about the statement. Sending along again, just talked to him about the draft below. Again, this plan to declare victory was in place before any of the results had been determined. In the course of our investigation, we also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager.
Now remember, that woman, that's the Supreme Court Justice Thomas' wife, had talked about the Biden people being put in jail. Remember that? They are arrested and in jail and that kind of thing. See, all of this was this was all planned. When he declared martial law, he was going to arrest everybody that could possibly oppose him immediately, and then take over the news places and tell your little sick mind, whatever he wanted to tell you, you believe everything that he said anyway. Like a silly child, and when you give him some candy, you can get him to kill his mama. he wanna, I mean, that's just stupid. There's some stupid people. 74, almost 75 million people voted to put that fool back in the White House. And they ain't even man and woman enough to come in here and talk to me about it. Knowing that I'm not disrespectful when people come in here to talk to me. I just ask people questions about what they're saying and what they claim to believe in. I demand proof of things that people tell me. But since you know it's all a lie, that's why you don't want to talk to me.
Told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July that he would say he won the election even if he lost. And just a few days before the election, Steve Bannon, a former Trump chief White House strategist and outside advisor to President Trump, spoke to a group of his associates from China and said this.
And what Trump's going to do is declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of that. That's our strategy. He's going to turn some winner. So when you
listen at him referring to the Democrats as they're going to have a disadvantage. They're going, instead of recognizing that all of them are American citizens. But he talks about us and them. You remember Barr said, history is written by the winners. What kind of statement is that for someone to be asked about, how do you think history is going to remember you? Here this person is asking a question that a patriot asks, and he answers it just like what he is, a treasonous traitor to the United States. Do you understand? Yeah. These people only say with liberty and justice for all. They don't mean that. He proved that. If you don't wake up to the fact that minds are colorless, I'll show you an example. You think Clarence Thomas is a black man. Clarence Thomas is a racist bigot. Period. He just got on black skin. Do you understand? And he's a joke to people who have some type of loyalty to self and kind. It's just certain things you don't do. As it says, he that troubleth his own house shall inherit the wind. Can you imagine any white man sitting up in Congress helping to stop white people from any type of progress? Making laws to try to stop white people from progress. White people ain't never been that stupid. You know, until now you don't see anything now. You know, but you know, there was a time when you could see a white man as a Democrat, a white man as a Republican. And they when they got up to speak, they didn't say my fellow Republicans or my fellow Democrats. They said my fellow Americans. Let's such and so and such and so and so. Huh? You don't hardly hear that term anymore, my fellow Americans. But anyway, listen to Bannon sitting up there bragging to the Chinese people, some of the people in China, what Trump is planning against the people of the United States. You have to read between the lines. Listen to how he's putting all of this stuff. Then you'll see that he's telling the Chinese what Trump is planning to do to the people of the United States.
Or archives. The memo was sent on November 3rd, Election Day, and advised it is essential that the Vice President not in Trump's premeditated plan. On Election Day, just after 5 p.m., Mr. Fitton indicated he'd spoken with the President about this as July, that he would say he won the election even if he lost.
He's just going to say the winner. And what Trump's going to do is declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. And that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say the winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early than count. They're voting late. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of that. That's our strategy. He's going to turn some winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm.
Now, you heard him declaring that the Democrats, or most of them, are going to vote by mail. See, that was the plan. Donald Trump was telling his people, don't vote by mail. He was telling them to go in person, so that he could claim early victory, because it would look like a blowout. Do you understand? Because the Democrats, the mail ballots wasn't going to be counted till days later. You understand? You see? And Bannon, now, remember now, Bannon was in the circle with Trump. Those other ones were sitting up there trying to convince Trump to let his people vote by mail because they thought that they was going to have an honest election. Huh? But it wasn't going to be no honest election if Trump had his way. It was going to be a stolen election. You see?
Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. Because you're going to sit right there, it's going to be stolen. I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be, he's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
As you know, Mr. Bannon refused to testify in our investigation. He's been convicted.
You know, certain things I don't need to comment on. They're self-explanatory because you saw it happen. You remember when Rudy Giuliani, that young lady that Rudy Giuliani told her, Trump is going to look powerful. And the way he was going to look powerful was when if they was fool enough to drive him up there, the Overwatch was going to shoot both of them and leave Trump standing. And he was going to declare martial law. And look what they've done to my Secret Service people, and everybody was going to look at Trump. But where's his protection? Remember, he had already told the people, let those people in here with the guns and stuff. They're not here to hurt me. Do you understand? See, he had already told on himself. But anyway, Well, who was they there to hurt? If he had to tell those Secret Service people to let them in, they're not here to hurt me. Well, if you're stupid enough to drive him down there, you don't know what's really going on around you. And you're going to die with a bullet in your brain. And Antifa going to be blamed for it. Do you understand? Because no Trump supporter would shoot down someone who's trying to protect Donald Trump. Huh? You see how it was going to work? That's what their plan was. I mean, it's really a childish plan. It don't take much to figure it out. I mean, you don't got to be no rocket scientist to figure that out. All you got to do is keep up with the evidence. That's why, circumstantial evidence means is from one thing to the next. If you follow it, it leads you to the conclusion. It leads you to really what it was about, like following footprints. The same way that you can follow, they got people who know how to track people through brush and through woods and stuff that the average person don't know what to look for. But the person who actually is very observant, they've learned to be very observant by broken twigs and things like that. And even when you don't have a footprint, if you're walking through brush and stuff, you see things that just show you somebody been by there recently. And that's how you track people. Well, you can do that with knowledge, with evidence. You get enough truths, you get enough facts, and those facts don't lie. Facts will lead you right to the conclusion that they lead you to. Follow the facts. Do you understand? If you don't believe Donald Trump wanted to be there so he could declare martial law, what reason would he have to want to rush up to some place where people are beating and clubbing each other and all of that, especially attacking police officers? Why would he want to go there? What did he plan to do when he got there? Because Giuliani, before he left the office that day, he told Miss, what's that? She's 26. What was her name? She got up there. She said he told her that Trump is going to look powerful. Cassidy. Yes, Miss Cassidy. Giuliani said Trump is going to look powerful. He's going to look powerful. It was all something that was going to be choreographed. A false riot. It was all an act. He had people, what they was telling him, they waiting on his, what do you say, armed and ready, Mr. President. Huh? Ready for what? Ready for you to declare martial law, and then we would come in there dressed like regular military, and everybody would be trying to figure out who called us out and all that kind of. You know, they had it choreographed. I mean, if you got some dead Secret Service agents there, there's going to be a lot of them mad, huh? And not knowing what was going on. Some of them didn't know what was going on. I guess them two that was driving, they wasn't part of it because they didn't take him down there. Do you understand? But if they do their due diligence, and it don't take long, they'll find out, they will come to the same conclusion that I just told you. They were going to be killed. Yes. Move what mic back? I ain't got no mic for the TV. No, sir. I ain't got no mic for the TV.
Criminal contempt of Congress, and he's awaiting sentencing. But the evidence indicates that Mr. Bannon had advanced knowledge of Mr. Trump's intent to declare victory falsely on election.
Yeah, Mr. Bannon helped plan it. Him and Stone, Roger Stone, and all of them, they helped plan that.
Right? But also that Mr. Bannon knew about Mr. Trump's planning for January 6th. Here's what Bannon said on January 5th.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen.
Now do you understand why most of your presidents are highly educated men that have been to Harvard, Yale, and different prestigious institutes, and most of them are Masons too. Most people, they don't know what manifest destiny means. That means a written destiny. You know, and the written destiny of the United States is in the Bible. As the book says in Abram, your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, which means they're going to steal us from our land and bring us here. Do you understand? And shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge. Where you in the judgment now. And you know what happens when you come into court and try to intervene in the courtroom while the judge is there. You can't come in court and do that. You get found in contempt of court. See, you can't come in here now and do your thing, and I'm here judging. That's why it's all falling apart on you. You're not qualified to judge the United States because you don't know enough about it. You're not qualified to judge white people because you don't know enough about them. You're not qualified to judge black people because you're not my peer. You ain't been through what I've been through. So how can you claim you understand me? It ain't a human being on this planet that can claim that they can be our judge. Because ain't now one of y'all suffered 400 years of what we suffered. So you can just keep your big mouth shut. And look, it's not another man or woman offering you $50,000 if you can prove that what they teaching is wrong. I don't hear nobody coming in here proving me wrong. And the door is open. Them phone lines ain't blocked where you can't talk to me. It's just like that fool from New York there. I invite him to come in and talk to me. He comes in barking at me. That's not a conversation. If you have an accusation to make at me, then you make it. Then you present your evidence as to why you made it. Then you let me respond. But you don't want no response because you can't respond to my response. And you know it. And that's why I threw you in hell. Because everybody witnessed me letting you come in here time after time after time. And every time you came in here, I had to eventually just mute you out because you tried to take over the broadcast and just spew out a lot of stuff without being questioned on what you were spewing out. Liars never want you to stop them to question them. They accuse you. You didn't let me finish. No, because you're lying. Be coming in here talking at me. I talk to people. I don't talk at people. You've seen me talking and heard some little noise and I stopped right there. Said, what was that? Somebody had something they wanted to ask me? You hear me trying to say something and you just ignore it and just keep going. You liar. So, but you see, Banner knew more about what was going on, what was going to happen, than any of them people that's supposed to be running the campaign. I didn't hear you.
It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in. You have made this happen, and tomorrow is game day. So strap in. Let's get ready.
Another close associate of Donald.
When it's time to handcuff people, they need to get him too. He's part of the conspiracy. He just acknowledged that he's part of it. You've helped make this happen. You made this happen. So just get ready. Strap in. Huh? Make what happen? What you saw the next day that he knew was going to happen. He's already admitted to being part of the conspiracy. Yeah, remember now, you don't have to be done set foot in the bank to be part of the robbery. Was you driving the getaway car? You part of the robbery. Was you a lookout? You part of the robbery. Well, everything that you did to further that, they got an old saying. If you knew about it and you wasn't part of the solution, you was part of the problem. I don't hear you. Do anybody disagree with me? Now, I want to stop right here for a moment. I want to hear anybody's disagreement that disagrees with me. They can type it. I don't care if they want to type a disagreement. Sometimes people are scared to talk to you. You know, shy or whatever. You know. Am I reading this wrong? I mean, you hearing the same thing I'm hearing. So, you know, if I'm interpreting it wrong, am I spinning it? Nobody? Okay, well, let's hear some more.
Apparently knew of Mr. Trump's intentions as well. Now, Roger Stone is a political operative with a reputation for dirty tricks. In November 2019, he was convicted of lying to Congress and other crimes and sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. He's also a longtime advisor to President Trump and was in communication with President Trump throughout 2020. Mr. Trump pardoned Roger Stone on December 23, 2020. Now, recently, the select.
Why do people require pardons? Isn't it because they are guilty of some crime? I want y'all to think. You don't need a pardon if you wasn't guilty of something. Didn't hear you? This is you remember Trump said he knows the best people? You remember when he was running and he said he get in there, he will hire all the best people. He will bring the best people on board. Now you understand what the best people meant to him. He's a crook. So what kind of people did he bring on board with him? The best people that was crooked like him. There was a whole lot of them jockeying for pardons. Huh? Rudy wanted a pardon, didn't he? Why did they want pardons? They wanted pardons for things that they hadn't even been convicted of, which you can't do. You can't pardon people in advance. But they were doing so much crookedness and knew that the law was against what they was doing. And so they wanted some pardon. Give me a pardon that keeps people from coming and charging me with anything. You see, when you give a man the kind of power that comes with the office of president, you should be very, very, very sure that that man has a moral compass and a patriotic spirit to this United States and its Constitution and its people.
He got footage of Mr. Stone before and after the election from Danish filmmaker Christopher Branson, pursuant to a subpoena. Right before the election, here's Roger Stone talking about what President Trump would do after the election.
Let's just hope we're celebrating. I really just suspect it'll still be up in the air. When that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry, over. We won. You're wrong. Fuck you. Right to the voter. Right to the Bible. That's what I'm going to think.
The select committee called Mr. Stone as a witness, but
it's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of, and all I can say is strap in. You've made this happen, and tomorrow it's game day. So strap in. Let's get ready.
Another close associate of Donald Trump apparently knew of Mr. Trump's intentions as well. Now, Roger Stone is a political operative with a reputation for dirty tricks. In November 2019, he was convicted of lying to Congress and other crimes and sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. He's also a longtime advisor to President Trump and was in communication with President Trump throughout 2020. Mr. Trump pardoned Roger Stone on December 23rd, 2020. Now, recently, the Select Committee got footage of Mr. Stone before and after the election from Danish filmmaker Christopher Branson pursuant to a subpoena. Right before the election, here's Roger Stone talking about what President Trump would do after the election.
Let's just hope we're celebrating. I suspect it'll be, I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. When that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 the law. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry, over. We won. You're wrong. Fuck you. I should hope the Lord and hope to break to the Bible. That's what I'm gonna do.
That's exactly what they did, wasn't it? Why ain't none of these people coming in here saying I'm doctoring this tape or something? You heard it straight from his mouth. Don't make no difference how much facts you present to these people. They already decided that they're gonna push that lie and just keep pushing. Do you understand? Regardless of what you say. Okay.
The Select Committee called Mr. Stone as a witness, but he invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question on the basis of the Fifth Amendment.
Well, won't you drop some F-bombs in there? You was dropping F-bombs out there on the street. Huh? I ain't saw a bully yet that when somebody stand up to him, acted as tough as he did when he was thinking that the person was scared of him. Huh?
And Mr. Stone, do you have any role in planning for the violence on January 6th?
Once again, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to decline.
That question was a very important question. Listen to the question. Mr. Stone, did you have any role in what was done? Listen now to the question.
Yes. But he invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
On the advice of counsel,
do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified? Why he need to invoke the Fifth Amendment on that? I want you to know that, we will try and stop people from dropping these F-bombs out here because it's, you're not supposed to be able to say that over the air. But you notice, they said it on the news. So I figure that's covered under these things. I'm not using those words, so don't. You notice I don't even talk about the bull BS thing. I don't talk like that, and I don't have to because it's other ways to say these things. Do you understand? Okay. But anyway.
Declined to answer your question on the basis of the Fifth Amendment.
Now, he declined to answer a simple question of, do you believe that the violence was justified on January 6th? He can't say, no, I don't believe that it was justified. That if he answers that truthfully, He's scared it may incriminate him, which means his answer has to be yes. He figured it was justified. I didn't hear you. That's the only thing that could incriminate him is if he say yes, huh? Of course, if he say no, he could be incriminated because he done ran his mouth so much that then if that was true, why was you out here promoting it? Do you understand? So they asking him the right question. Yeah. This was a good one too.
And so, did you have any role in planning for the violence on January 6th?
Mr. Stone, did you have any role in planning for the violence on January 6th? He can't say no, he didn't, because he had just said on that other clip, F him. Huh? That's what he said. Declare victim. Possession of 9/10 of the law. Huh? Him and Bannon there. So they got a lot to answer for. I'd like to be there. I wish I could put the handcuffs on.
Once again, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to decline to answer your question.
Although we don't yet have all the relevant records of Roger Stone's communications, even Stone's own social media posts acknowledge that he spoke with Donald Trump on December 27th as preparations for January 6th were underway. In this post, you can see how Roger Stone talked about his conversations with President Trump.
I also told the president exactly how he can appoint a special counsel with full subpoena power to ensure those who are attempting to steal the 2020 election through voter fraud are charged and convicted, and to ensure Donald Trump continues as our president. Huh? Remember, they was going to accuse Biden them of trying to fraudulently steal the election. You see? And you see, it was all their plan.
I also told the president exactly how he can appoint a special counsel with full subpoena power to ensure those who are attempting to steal the 2020 election through voter fraud are charged and convicted, and to ensure Donald Trump continues as our president.
Remember when he came out and said Antifa was the ones up there at the riot at the Capitol? That was Antifa. Well, that's what their investigation was going to show. Do you understand? And that Antifa, the one that killed the Secret Service people, Antifa was the one that was trying to get Biden in there. Do you understand? But that was going to take some time. They was going to have to investigate. They had arrested the leaders. That's what they was going to take. But the investigation is ongoing because the government is just filled with traitors. Do you understand? And they was going to, all these people who stood idly by and watched this stuff happen, that didn't stand up when they should have, they was all going to be arrested. And they was going to be taken away. And they would have deserved it. You stood by and did nothing when you should have stood up. That's what happened to the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan out there pretending to be a staunch believer. You could hear his mouth over everybody's mouth when the messenger was teaching. That's right, the apostle. That's right, the apostle. Go on to the apostle. Teach. Next thing you know, he up there lying, talking about the messenger chose W.D. Muhammad to take over the nation. And I pledge my allegiance and all that's within me to support the son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and to help him shoulder this mighty burden. Lying! Then when it didn't quite work out for him, then he want to pretend that he's rebuilding the nation. That stuff he got going over there is about as much of a nation of Islam as a monkey is a giraffe. Why you think don't none of them come in here and challenge me? Because they ain't got a leg to stand on. Some old sycophant flesh follower, a flesh worshiper. I remember I tried to tell this one brother, he had stomach cancer. I said, what you doing about it, brother? He said, well, I'm waiting on the minister to tell me. I said, brother, the minister ain't no doctor. You need to get on down there to the doctor and let them take care. Look, brother, the minister Farrakhan, he had cancer. He can tell me what to do. I'll wait until I say, you gonna mess around here and wait too long. When I heard about him again, he was dead. Waiting on Farrakhan. I even told the brother, I said, brother, the messenger believed in doctors. The messenger had doctors. He many times he be teaching, he tell you my doctor is in here, I think. And he let you know. You don't turn your back on medical people. Farrakhan don't give a damn about you. He proved that when he went along with that lie. You cared about this country, how in the world you gonna stand up behind somebody like Donald Trump? Explain that to me. How is your patriotism demanding that you stand with Donald Trump? Patriotic to who? To what?
As we know by now, the idea for a special counsel was not just an idle suggestion. It was something President Trump had actually tried to do earlier that month. We know that Roger Stone was at the Willard Hotel on January 5th and 6th. We know from other witness testimony that President Trump asked his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to speak with Roger Stone and General Michael Flynn that night. In addition to his connection to President Trump, Roger Stone maintained extensive direct connections to two groups responsible for violently attacking the Capitol, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. Individuals from both of these organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy.
Now, if this is a false investigation, why ain't nobody coming in there testifying to the falsity of it? Instead, they coming in there pleading the Fifth Amendment. I didn't hear you. They'd even twist the Fifth Amendment. I'm gonna tell you, some of them sit around having a good time making a joke out of the Fifth Amendment. Say, well, if the Fifth Amendment says you ain't got to testify against yourself, so if I get up there and say something that ain't true, they can't really charge me because I'm testifying not against myself. So so in other words, when I lie, it's the Fifth. Do you understand? But you notice they don't get in there and say that, but they make jokes about it. How you know, man? You're going to figure out that what's going on with me after a while. You go figure it out after a while. You just hold on.
Seditious conspiracy. It's a conspiracy to use violent force against the United States, to oppose the lawful authority of the United States. Multiple associates of Roger Stone from both the oath.
Ms. Lofgren is I'm very proud of her.
In addition to his connection to President Trump, Roger Stone maintained extensive direct connections to two groups responsible for violently attacking the Capitol, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. Individuals from both of these organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy. And what is seditious conspiracy? It is a conspiracy to use violent force against the United States, to oppose the lawful authority of the United States. Multiple associates of Roger Stone from both the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys.
Now, did you hear that? They pleaded guilty to it. To show you how dumb the rest of them are that didn't plead guilty, the ones who was pleaded guilty is now going to tell everything that they was sitting up there helping them plan. Do you understand? You know that what they say about a chain. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. If you break any link, that chain ain't no circle. It can't be no circle no more. I warned you that Almighty God Allah caused this country, this United States, He caused it to come into being. All you got to do is look at the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. You think white people could have made that up without God's help? Look at that first step. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. God made all nations of men from one blood. All men are created equal. That's it. You know, the Bible says God made all nations of men from one blood. Then that makes us all family, don't it? What member of your family was not equal to other members in the family in the eyes of your father and mother? I didn't hear you. They treated all of you as the same, didn't they? And are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. The right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I didn't hear you. Okay. Congress shall make no laws respecting the establishment of religion, nor prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And I think the First Amendment also involves the freedom of speech and the freedom of the press. Huh? And if you watch Turn, there was a point in there where after the war was won against England, and the United States was, free, and George Washington was still the general. He walked into this tavern, and the owner of the tavern had a newspaper, and the newspaper had made fun of Washington's wife. I think she was kind of heavy and whatnot. And the soldiers came, you know, first Washington walked in with him, and the soldiers came, a few soldiers came behind, and the innkeeper was afraid, and he said, "I guess you here to shut my paper down." He said, and George Washington told him, he said, well, I really didn't like what you wrote about my wife, and she didn't either. In so many words, I'm paraphrasing. And he said, but no, I'm not here to shut you down. I'm here to make sure that you are not shut down. And, in so many words, if these freedoms are not, if your freedom of the press is not upheld, what was the purpose of fight, of the war? And so, you know, just hope that you will keep the integrity and print the truth. And I didn't realize how important that was, but obviously the founding fathers had someone's help to make them realize how important it was. If a person does not feel free to say what they mean, how can they ever really mean what they say? I learned that little quote from Babylon 5. When Mallory went home after they got rid of that old crazy emperor. Katashi. Yeah, that boy was out of his mind. But anyway, when he finally told him what Mr. Morton had done, Mr. Morton had tricked Mallory into killing Reefer, Lord Reefer. Well, Reefer wasn't responsible for murdering his future wife. Morton had did that, but he didn't know. And so, but anyway, they had that conversation. The minister of information told him that statement. He said, "If I have found that if one is not free to say what he or she means, how can he ever mean what he or she says?" So, just stating facts. That's all. So these people in there pleading the fifth on questions of, did you participate in the planning? Did you agree with the violence? Which they had all been out in the media claiming that it was going to be why. Huh? That's the next question. If you didn't agree with it, what did you mean when you was on the air telling your listeners, Mr. Bannon, that it's not going to be like you think it is? Michael Stone even Roger Stone even went as far to say is he gonna claim victory and that's it, huh? Yeah, and just said F him, huh? That's what the people up there in January the 6th was saying. They don't care nothing about what you think. Vice President Biden can either go out here 2 ways, in a body bag or after he done declared Trump to be president. Huh? Okay.
Have been charged with this crime. Close associates of Roger Stone, including Joshua J.
Don't forget, she explained sedition to you.
Violent force against the United States. These organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy. And what is seditious conspiracy?
Now, name them. The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers.
Roger Stone maintained extensive direct connections to 2 groups responsible.
You remember during the Obama administration when Cliven Bundy was upset about the federal government telling him he owed $1 a head or something like that for cattle that had been grazing on the land, and he was trying to suggest that the government had taken over, the federal government had taken over the state jurisdiction of, was that Arizona, wasn't it? And, beg your pardon? Was it Nevada? Okay, over Nevada. And when Cliven Bundy came on here, as we was talking, the more you talk to him, the more you realize that Cliven Bundy didn't have no special dog in the hunt against black people or nothing else. He was just a rancher who had been lied to. The governor of Nevada dumped the burden or dumped the blame on the federal government when he's the one that asked them to come in there and take over that land. Do you understand? It's just like these liars, they voted against everything that President Biden got passed through Congress, and then went back to their districts and took credit for it. And you know the sad part? The people that know that they voted against it, they still side with them. I'm warning you. You better go down that voting roll, and everywhere you see Democrat, when it's on the ticket, you better vote for it. Now, that's my warning to you. If you give this back over to them people who call themselves Republicans, you ain't gonna have no country after a while. You suit yourself. And don't forget, I did tell you that I ain't got no dog in the hunt against the United States. That's like a man trying to murder his mama. I wouldn't murder my mama. A lot of what I am is because I grew up in the United States. So I haven't forgot my training in the Marine Corps. I have not forgotten my education from elementary to high school. I look back now and I realize that I gained a lot of good from this too. You see, if you're going to judge anybody, you have to weigh both sides. They're good and they're evil. Not just they're evil. Dude, I heard all kind of stuff about Mississippi. I was born here and didn't know nothing about it because I didn't grow up here. But since I've been back here, I've met white people that I have great respect for and that I believe respect me. So, I know that the past has not been something that we all like to look at. But even in that, I don't know what state John Brown was in, but that was white people fighting against white people to put an end to white people mistreating black people. You can't just throw that off and write that off as though it's nothing. You can't say he didn't believe in that. He gave his life on that. And I'd be proud to call him my brother, based on his deeds, not based on what color he is.
Violently attacking the Capitol, the Oath Keepers, and the Proud Boys. Individuals from both of these organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy.
Make sure.
Extensive direct connections to two groups responsible for
Roger Stone and them, they had connections to these folks.
Council was not just an idle suggestion. It was something President Trump had actually tried to do earlier that month. We know that Roger Stone was at the Willard Hotel on January 5th and 6th. We know from other witness testimony that President Trump asked his Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, to speak with Roger Stone and General Michael Flynn that night. In addition to his connection to President Trump, Roger Stone maintained extensive direct connections to two groups.
I need you to remember that Michael Flynn was the one that suggested declaring martial law. And you remember I told you when Michael Flynn first presented that to Trump, Trump's response was, how do I do it? How do I do that? How do I know that's the response? Because that's what, if Trump had known about that in the first place, Michael Flynn wouldn't have had to suggest it to him, wouldn't have had to tell him that this has been done before and this, and you could do that. Okay, his next question would have logically been, how? How do I do it? That's what January 6th was about, setting it up for him to declare martial law. That's why he put in there, in your face, and knowing that most of you didn't know what he was planning on doing and what that was about. He just simply said it will be wild. Be there on the 6th. It will be wild. Huh? And so he was getting ready to declare martial law so he could stay in office and set aside the election, because the Justice Department, he wanted them. Remember, he told the Attorney General or the FBI. He was the FBI. He told them, just say that it was suspect in so many words, and leave the rest to me and the Republicans in Congress. Huh? Yeah. All he wanted was the Justice Department, whether it's from the FBI or anybody, just to put a shade on say that the election, something wasn't right, that there may have been problems or whatnot. Then they could get up and lie and say that we have investigated and we found out that it is. We're going to investigate further, but we have found this. And the fake electors, that thing was, they even had found they had put electors out there that wasn't really electors. They was going to arrest the real electors and substitute the fake ones in their place and declare the real ones to be the fake. Do you understand? That's what he was going to do. So, if you wondered what that was about, well, now you know what that was about.
Responsible for violently attacking the Capitol, the Oath Keepers, and the Proud Boys. Individuals from both of these organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy. And what is he?
Now remember, Donald Trump told you right after that happened that was Antifa. That was Antifa. Remember? When all the while they knew it was the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. You see my point? Just one lie after another. What did I tell you about lying? In order to cover a lie that you just told, you have to tell a bigger one. That's just like you notice, you cannot put a bicycle inside of a paper bag. You got to get something big enough to put the bicycle in. Do you understand? Well, likewise, it's the way it is with speaking. If you're telling the truth, then the truth don't have to be put under no box or nothing else. The truth cannot be put in a box because the truth is always connected to greater truth. Do you understand? But a lie is connected to nothing. It has no roots. And to cover it, to hide it, you have to tell a bigger one to cover that one. It's like death. What did Cain do when he killed Abel? He dug a crow or something came and scratched the earth, and he figured out a way to cover. But it was shallow, and so the stench of the blood decaying from the flesh gave off an odor, and it said, "Your brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground." What have you done? Do you understand? So, these things, in order to cover your lie, Mr. Trump and all of the rest of them, you have to tell a bigger one until the lie gets so big that everybody know that there ain't never been nothing but lies all the time. Do you understand? Okay.
Conspiracy. It's a conspiracy to use violent force against the United States, to oppose the lawful authority of the United States. Multiple associates of Roger Stone from both the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys have been charged with this crime. Close associates of Roger Stone, including Joshua James, have pled guilty to this crime. We know that at least 7 Oath Keepers who have been criminally charged provided personal security for Roger Stone or were seen with him on January 6th or in the weeks leading up to January 6th. For example, Joshua James, the leader of the Alabama Oath Keepers, provided security for Roger Stone and was with him on January 5th. This is the picture of the two together on January 5th. James entered the Capitol on January 6th, assaulted a police officer. Earlier this year, he pled guilty to seditious conspiracy and obstruction of Congress. Another example is the married couple, Kelly and Connie Meggs. Now, Kelly Meggs was the leader of the Florida chapter of the Oath Keepers. Both he and his wife provided security for Roger Stone, and both are charged with leading a military-style stack attack of Oath Keepers, attacking the Capitol on January 6th. Perhaps even more disturbing is Roger Stone's close association with Enrique Tarrio, the national chairman of the Proud Boys. Roger Stone's connection with Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys is well documented by video evidence, the phone records the Select Committee has obtained. Tarrio, along with other Proud Boys, has been charged with multiple crimes concerning the attack on January 6, including seditious conspiracy. During the attack, Tario sent a message to other Proud Boys claiming, "We did that." He also visited the White House on December 12th. Later that day, he posted a disturbing video claiming credit for the attack. This video, posted on January 6th.
Notice, he had a mask on. If he wasn't doing something that was wrong, if he didn't think it was wrong, why is he putting a mask on? You know, I ain't got no mask on. I ain't hiding from nobody. You know why I'm not hiding from you? It's because I haven't did anything wrong. I stood up and told you the truth. And I stood ready to entertain whatever arguments you had against me. I remember they came up to Jesus and with their swords drawn and everything, and Jesus said, when I was out there with you, I didn't say nothing in secret. He said, I stood right out in the open and said what I had to say. Where you come out against me like a thief, or like I'm some kind of thief or something? No. Mm-mm. So the only time Jesus, he knew it was not time for the end of the world, and in order to protect himself to deliver the message that Allah had gave him to deliver, he hid from the Jews when they was trying to take his life. And it's like the messenger. He ran and hid from these people who was trying to take his life to save the truth that he knew he was responsible to get to me. And you notice, I ain't running and hiding from nobody. It's because it's my time. You the one that's out of time. My time just got here. You let me know if somebody objects to anything I say. I can be glad to have a conversation with you about it. If it wasn't my time, I wouldn't know all the things that I know. Explain it to me. If it's not my time, how do I know so much about what you've been doing behind closed doors? In order for me to judge you justly, I have to know what you've been up to. And the things that I don't know, you confessing to them anyway. Do you understand? See, regardless of what you think, that question was, do you think the violence on January 6th was justified? You can't say no. You can't say you don't believe that was justified. It's because you believe it was. And if you believe it was, then you was in on it. I didn't hear you. It's like a man that was seen standing at the edge of the bank while it was being robbed, looking in the window, and then looking. He showed he was looking in the window because he told you what they was gonna say if the election didn't go like they wanted. He was just gonna say F them, and claim victory anyway. Okay, he looking in the window at the bank. And then he's standing up there on the outside looking around. Well, that tells you right there he was a lookout. And then when you ask him, did you have any part in that robbery that was taking place in the bank? Now, they got him on video now. Standing there looking in there and then looking around. Did you have any? Well, what you think he gonna say? I take the fifth. Take the fifth. Why he take the fifth? Because he know that they got evidence of him standing up there looking in that window. But he wasn't calling nobody. Don't nobody see a bank being robbed if he a real honest, law-abiding citizen and don't get on his cell phone and say, hey, it's a robbery going on over here. Huh? And if he ain't got no phone, he tell somebody else, hey, they're robbing the bank. Is that right? Well, if you ain't telling nobody, why? And you standing there. You just waiting around. What are you waiting around on? I refuse to answer that question on grounds that may tend to incriminate me. Huh? You see how it goes? Now you see why he was pleading the fifth on everything? Because he know they got all these tapes with him running his mouth, boasting about what was going to happen.
Apparently created prior to the attack. This big lie, President Trump's effort to convince Americans that he had won the 2020 election, began before the election results even came in. It was intentional, it was premeditated, it was not based on election results or any evidence of actual fraud affecting the results or any actual problems with voting machines. It was a plan concocted in advance to convince his supporters that he won. And the people who seemingly knew about that plan in advance would ultimately play a significant role in the events of January 6th. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Young woman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinglinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, the Trump campaign recognized that they had likely lost the election, and they informed Donald Trump of that fact. Even before the networks called the race for President Biden on November 7th, his chances of pulling out a victory were virtually non-existent, and President Trump knew it.
Do you know if anybody ever told the president that he had lost and that there wasn't a chance of him winning? I know that the president, when the networks called it, of course, he was informed about the network decision. That afternoon, at some point, myself and a handful of other folks went over and sat down with the president and communicated that the odds of us prevailing in legal challenges were very small.
You know, after the election, as of November 7th, in your judgment, what were the chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None. At times, President Trump acknowledged the reality of his loss. Although he publicly claimed that he had won the election, privately he admitted that Joe Biden would take over as president. Here's a few examples of that.
So we're in the Oval, there's a discussion going on. And the president says, I think it could have been Pompeo, but he says words to the effect of, yeah, we lost, and we need to let that issue go to the next guy, meaning President Biden.
I remember maybe a week after the election was called, I popped into the Oval just to give the president the headlines and see how he was doing. And he was looking at the TV and he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?"
Mark, raise your hand at me.
I'm going to play it again.
Privately, he admitted that Joe Biden would take over as president. Here's a few examples of that.
So we're in the Oval, there's a discussion going on. And the president says, I think it could have been Pompeo, but he says words to the effect of, yeah, we lost, and we need to let that issue go to the next guy, meaning President Biden.
I remember maybe a week after the election was called, I popped into the Oval just to give the president the headlines and see how he was doing. And he was looking at the TV and he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?"
Mark Razor, at 18. And so following that conversation with Mother, he got back to the White House. And I said, "Did the person really think he lost?" And he because, a lot of times we'll tell him that he lost, because he wants to keep fighting it, and he thinks that there might be enough to overturn the election, but, he pretty much has acknowledged that he's lost.
Knowing that he had lost and that he had only weeks left in office, President Trump rushed to complete his unfinished business. One key example is this. President Trump issued an order for large-scale U.S. troop withdrawal. He disregarded concerns about the consequences for fragile governments on the front lines of the fight against ISIS and al-Qaeda terrorists. Knowing he was leaving office, he acted immediately and signed this order on November 11th, which would have required the immediate withdrawal of troops from Somalia and Afghanistan.
What did I tell you MAGA meant? Mayhem, anarchy, godlessness, autocracies. Yeah. Leave everything in a shambles. Do as much damage as you can to people's trust in democracy. Do you understand?
Be complete before the Biden inauguration on January 20th. As you watch these clips, recall that General Keith Kellogg was the National Security Advisor to the Vice President and had served as Chief of Staff in the National Security Council for President Trump. And General Milley,
let's go back and see what all of these things that should have been left for the next administration.
Al-Qaeda terrorists.
All of these things that should have been left for the next administration, Trump was trying to do it right before he left office. Give these orders right before he left office. Ain't that something?
Knowing he was leaving office, Al-Qaeda terrorists. Knowing he was leaving office, he acted immediately and signed this order on November 11th, which would have required the immediate withdrawal of troops from Somalia and Afghanistan, all to be complete before the Biden inauguration on January 20th. As you watch these clips, recall that General Keith Kellogg was the National Security Advisor to the Vice President and had served as Chief of Staff in the National Security Council for President Trump. And General Milley was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon.
Are you familiar with a memo that the Department of War signed on November 11, 2020, ordering that troops be withdrawn from Afghanistan and Somalia?
Yes.
So I think you might have seen some things where there's a memo or something from Johnny McAfee to Douglas McGregor. It says, here's your task, get U.S. forces out of Somalia, get U.S. forces out of Afghanistan.
When you first interviewed and met Colonel Douglas McGregor, is it fair to say you discussed this decision of withdrawing from Somalia and Afghanistan, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure that was part of it. Yeah.
And that was the position that he was taking over there was Senior Advisor to the Secretary of Defense, is that correct?
Yeah.
So on that same day, just so I'm clear, he responded back to you that they, meaning DOD leadership, was not going to take any of those steps without an order.
Without a directive, yeah.
I explained in language that should be in the order while I was in the meeting with McAfee, and this was my answer to him. I said, if you want this to happen, or the president wants this to happen, he's got to write an order.
So you never wrote this down in any capacity?
I sketched on a piece of paper for him some key statements. The president directs. This is, what's the right word, boilerplate language?
Who was in his office drafted the order?
It was myself and one of my assistants.
McAfee duly types it up, brings it in to the president, President signs it, and boom, it's over, faxed over, or emailed, scanned over to the desk, goes with me.
Was it by auto pen, or was it the president himself signing it?
It was the president.
And who obtained that signature?
I did.
It is odd. It is non-standard. It is potentially dangerous. I personally thought it was militarily not feasible, nor wise.
And I proceeded to tell the PPO and proceeded to tell McGregor that if I ever saw anything like that, I would do something physical. Because I thought what that was done was a tremendous disservice to the nation. And by the way, that was a very, very contested issue. There were people who did not understand. I appreciate the concern. An immediate departure that memo said would have been catastrophic. It's the same thing with President Biden. Would have been a debacle.
Keep in mind, the order was.
Just remember, this is what happened with President Obama and the Bush administration. Just like people was accusing President Obama of acting hastily to pull the troops out of Iraq. Then you come to find out he didn't have no choice because the president before him had made an agreement to be leaving there at a certain point. You understand? But of course, President Obama wasn't no whiner, and neither is Joe Biden no whiner. And so he just did what the agreement had, that the one before him had made, because they understood that the word of the United States is carried by the President of the United States. Do you understand? If you want to break that word, you got to get the person that the word was given to allow you out of it. Do you understand? But if they don't allow you out of it, you got to live up to your agreement. Otherwise, agreements with the United States don't mean anything from that point on. Do you understand? You think somebody didn't explain that to Donald Trump before he pulled out of that Iran deal? That man didn't give a damn about the United States reputation or the United States credibility. He was trying to get rid of that credibility. America first. If the other nations around the globe decide that the United States is no longer credible, you don't know what's going to happen from administration to administration, then the United States has become, in essence, what they used to call banana republics. That every time, you know how quick you can peel a banana. Quickly and eat it up. It's gone in a flash. If you can peel off what you call what a country, what any nation stands for, if what it stands for changes every time an administration changes, it's like peeling a banana. You just peel it off. Well, just wait till the next administration comes in, then you'll get something different. Don't worry about that. Do you understand? No continuity? Then you have no government. You have something that is a paper, as they say, a paper tiger, something that is every time administrations change, government changes. So anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone. Since ain't nobody telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. Now, if I don't know what I'm talking about, you can come in here and tell me what it really means. See, I ain't like you. When people disagree with you, you don't want to talk to them. When people disagree with me, that's the one I want to talk to. I didn't get to the point that I am as knowledgeable as I am by just talking to people who agree with me. That's like talking to yourself. Whether you realize it or not, when you're talking to somebody that don't do nothing but agree with you, that's the same as talking to nobody. You want to learn something. No man is an island unto himself. You better go and talk to somebody else if you want something to stand on.
An immediate withdrawal that would have been catastrophic. Yes, President Trump.
Listen.
Keep in mind, the order was for an immediate withdrawal. It would have been catastrophic. And yet, President Trump signed the order. These are the highly consequential actions of a president who knows his term will shortly end. At the same time that President Trump...
No, you being too kind, Mr. Kissinger. These are the actions of a treasonous man in the office of president. That's what that was. Did he think that was in America's best interest? He couldn't even fake like he thought it was in America's best interest because he wasn't trying to do none of that while he was president. He had 4 years in there. If he thought some pulling out needed to be done, he could have been did that. Why did he feel the need to do it right before he left office? In Babylon 5, they call it scorched earth. You remember when Santiago turned the defense, the planetary defense system, he turned it on to the earth and set it in motion to destroy the earth. Yeah. Remember when Donald Trump had them, he convinced General Milley and the rest of them to walk with him out there and use the military to push people who were lawfully demonstrating out of his way. Remember that? See, your problem is you think that an unjust act is okay as long as that unjust act is not perpetrated to you or people who look like you. But you didn't learn nothing from Adolf Hitler, did you? You didn't learn nothing from John Brown, did you? Whenever you get a tyrant in office, when you help him get there, if he had any loyalty or patriotic moral compass inside of him, he would not have felt the need to do what he did in order to achieve his goal. He had to throw away his moral compass in order to do so many immoral or amoral things. Loyalty has to do with morality. When you think that a tyrant who demands loyalty from you will return that, you are a fool. There's no such thing as a moral tyrant. And that's what they taught you in the world of organized crime. It's just business. It's about the business of what? Going for conquering and to conquer. Taking and to take. Mo Green, the man who set up Las Vegas, was murdered by somebody who wanted to take it over. do you understand? I mean, he was a gangster who set it up. I think what was his gangster name? His name was Mo Green, but his other name. But anyway, huh? No, it wasn't no enforcer. No, it was because they were trying to find him in that Valentine's Day massacre. Didn't get him. But anyway, you know, I remember things like this. You know, I've been watching what go on around me. People don't know the history of this country, and so you know, when you don't know a lot about this country, it's easy for you to misjudge this country. You see. But anyway, the fact of the matter is that you cannot when a person thinks that they can trust a tyrant, that's the type of people that tyrants always want around them. People that are easily fooled. They surround themselves with fools who you can dangle trinkets in front of them, whether it's money or cars or false praise or whatnot, and they'll sell themselves to you cheap, you know, because, you know, and that's all that they that's what they look for. That's why you notice most of the people that you find playing the roles of the henchmen and whatnot for, you know, the chief gangster. Most of them, they're poorly educated. They don't have a lot going on up in their head as far as intelligence, true intelligence goes. You know, they're on a very low level. You know, they'll walk up to a perfect stranger and do harm to them because they were told to. Not because it's the right thing, but because they were told to. Even in the military does not want that. The United States military does not teach you to just go and murder because you were ordered to do so. They even teach you that you obey lawful orders, that you don't, you know, at least I learned that. I don't know what some of y'all might learn in that, but you don't train a soldier to go and fight against a civilian. You train soldiers to go and fight another soldier. Do you understand? And you know, even in the movies they show you, they tell you that collateral damage is unacceptable. Collateral means what? Civilians. You know, you don't want civilians to be killed by military incursions. You know, you stay away from from civilians. You know? And so there are rules even in war. But in order to have rules, you have to have a moral compass, somewhat of a moral compass. Even the devil, the devil in the Bible, when the Lord asked him, "Where have you been?" he said, "I've been going to and fro in the earth and been walking up and down it. I've been just going all over the map, you know, the grid, to and fro and up and down, longitudinal lines, latitudinal lines, compassing land and sea." As Jesus said, he says, "Woe unto you, scribes, Pharisees, hypocrites, for you compass land and sea. You navigate land and sea to make one proselyte. And when he is made, you made him 2 times more the child of hell than yourself." So the devil said, to and fro, up and down. And then the Lord asked him, "Have you considered Job?" And he told God, "You have the hedges around him. You told me not to touch him." Do you understand? He said, "Does Job fear you for naught?" He said, "You gave him everything. You blessed his work of his hands and all of that. He said, take it from him. He'll cuss you to your face." And the Lord told him, he said, "I tell you what, all that he have is in your power, but don't you take his life." And so, you know, the devil know he ain't got no business killing civilians. Do you understand? So, you know, you don't take the life of a civilian. No. So, but anyway, you are. But in the gangster world, they just kill whoever. So these people, at least they don't last long doing it. But like I said, you know, Michael Cohen, he found out after 10 years with Trump. The minute he disagreed with Trump, Trump was through with him. Disagree. Look, when you decide that you're going to grow a conscience in a world where people have none, you can't hang out there no more. Do you understand? The minute you decide that you're not, I mean, if you dealing drugs or whatever, and you decide that drug dealing is wrong, you get a conscience about it. Say, "No, man, I ain't gonna do it." And say, "Hey, bro, we need to stop this." He said, "Man, what are you talking about? Hey, you with the police or what?" Next thing you know, they want to do something to you because they ain't ready to grow no conscience. You see? So, you know, if you love this country, Donald Trump can't use you. Donald Trump can only use people who don't care anything about the United States. People like him can only use people who have treasonous hearts. You see? So, there ain't nobody disagreeing with me. You know my enemies are listening to me. But they too cowardly to come in and put forth a disagreement. Because if they say that's not true, then I'd have to ask them to show me how supporting Donald Trump makes you a patriot. He called the American justice system a joke. He said we need swift justice. Didn't he say that? But what do you see him doing whenever he's brought into court? He tries to slow justice down. And he laughs at it because he's been in his own mind successful at always slowing it down and making it not effective against him. Do you understand? That's only because of racism. When you take racism out of the justice system, you'll find out it can do the right thing. You just have to get rid of the racism out of it. Level the playing field. Make everybody subject to the same laws. Then you find out
privately that he had lost the election. He was hearing that there was no evidence of fraud or irregularities sufficient to change the outcome. I remember a call with Mr. Meadows, where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything. And I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states.
What was that conversation?
Probably in November, mid to late November. I think it was before my child was born.
And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information?
I believe the words he used were, so there's no there there.
It would be our job to track it down and come up dry because the allegation didn't prove to be true. And we'd have to, relay the news that, someone told you about those votes, or that fraud, or, nothing came. That would be our job as truth-telling squad, and, not a fun job. It's an easier job to be telling the president about, wild allegations. The harder job to be telling you on the back end that, that wasn't true.
What was generally discussed on that topic was whether the...
See, that's what happens when you have people that don't have enough of a patriotic spirit. Why should you be afraid to speak the truth to a man that is president of the United States? What kind of man have you elected that you feel intimidated to go and tell him the truth? Why do you think they gave us that childhood lesson of the king who used to come out with nothing but a crown on his head and he was butt naked? And everybody was telling him how beautiful his suit was and his robes were. And a little child told him, he's naked. He got embarrassed and went back inside and put some clothes on. You made that monster when you put him in that office, when Rubio and all of them was telling the truth. Ted Cruz and all of them was calling him what he really was. And because the crowd that you was playing to was a bunch of racist, bigoted people, you decided to go with it. I don't know how much they paid you, but I'm pretty sure if we checked your bank accounts, you're probably all the millionaires now. But just as Judas tried to get the money back when he realized what he really had done, When it ain't no United States no more, how much is your money going to be worth then with Federal Reserve note written on it? Okay, jackass.
Fraud, maladministration, abuse, or irregularities, if aggregated and read most favorably to the campaign, would that be outcome determinant? And I think everyone's assessment in the room, at least amongst the staff, Mark Short, myself, and Greg Jacob, was that it was not sufficient to be outcome determinant.
Look, it's the right of any candidate to litigate genuine election disputes. Nobody argues that, but President Trump's litigation was completely unsuccessful. In our past hearings, we told you that the committee had identified a total of 62 election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign and its allies between November 4th and January 6th of 2021. Those cases resulted in 61 losses and only a single victory, which did not affect the outcome for any candidate. The claims were not supported by any sufficient evidence of fraud or irregularities. In fact, they were baseless, as judges repeatedly recognized. In none of these 62 cases was President Trump able to establish any viable claims of election fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the election. In those hearings, we shared with you the words used by judges around the country in rejecting.
Now remember, they already knew it wasn't no fraud. I mean, he preaching to the choir. Everybody knew. People who supported Trump and people who didn't support Trump. Everybody already knew that that claim of election fraud was a farce. Everybody did. The news media, for the most part, all of you helped. You helped that lie keep wings because it got you ratings. You got now people just keep they televisions locked on news stations. And you think that's a good thing. You could have been let that stuff die. You could have been put an end to people like Donald Trump by not publicizing their garbage, except to condemn it. But no, you decided that it can make you some money. You can capitalize off it. When you ain't got no country no more, you realize that some things come at too high of a price.
Campaign's claims. It's strong language criticizing the lack of evidentiary support for the claims of election fraud in those lawsuits. For example, a federal appeals court in Pennsylvania wrote, quote, "Charges require specific allegations and proof. We have neither here." A federal judge in Wisconsin wrote, quote, "The court has allowed the former president the chance to make his case, and he has lost on the merits." Another judge in Michigan called the claims, quote, "nothing but speculation and conjecture that votes for President Trump were either destroyed, discarded, or switched votes for Vice President Biden." A federal judge in Michigan sanctioned 9 attorneys, including Sidney Powell, for making frivolous allegations in an election fraud case, describing the case as a historic and profound abuse of the judicial process. Recently, a group of distinguished Republican election lawyers, former judges, and elected officials issued a report confirming the findings of the courts. In their report entitled "Lost, Not Stolen," these prominent Republicans analyzed each election challenge and concluded this: Donald Trump and his supporters failed to present evidence of fraud or inaccurate results significant enough to invalidate the results of the 2020 presidential election. On December 11th, Trump's allies lost a lawsuit in the U.S. Supreme Court that he regarded as his last chance at success in the courts. A newly obtained Secret Service message from that day shows how angry President Trump was about the outcome. Quote, Just FYI, Otis is pissed. Breaking news, Supreme Court denied his lawsuit. He is livid now. Cassidy Hutchison, an aide to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, was present for that conversation and described it in this way.
This is the day the Supreme Court has rejected that case. Mr. Meadows and I were in the White House residence at a Christmas reception. And as we were walking back from the Christmas reception that evening, the president was walking out of the Oval Office, so we crossed paths in the Rose Garden colony. The president was fired up about the Supreme Court decision. And so I was standing next to Mr. Meadows, but I stepped back, so I was probably 2-3 feet patty corner from his eye, and the president's just raging about the decision and how it's wrong and why didn't he make more calls, and just his typical anger outburst at this decision. And the president said, so he had said something to the effect of, I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know that we lost.
Our country is a country of laws, where every person, including the president, must follow the law and respect.
Do you not see how out of touch with reality he was? People already knew that he lost. When he won and the stations all declared him the winner, he didn't find no fault with him, did he? When they all declared that he lost, he took that to another place. He didn't harp too much on that, because he need them. He need the station, so he couldn't attack them too much. He just ignored the fact that the stations even went along with the fact that he lost. Fox News even went along with that. Huh? Matter of fact, they the first one called Arizona for it. But you liars in Arizona, you decide that it's good to push a lie. We don't want people to know we lost. Let's see. Let's make sure that we heard that right.
3 feet patty corner from his eye, and the president's just raging about the decision and how it's wrong and why didn't he make more calls, and just his typical anger outburst at this decision. And the president said, so he had said something to the effect of, I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know that we lost.
Our country is a country of laws, where every person, including the president, must follow the law and respect the judgment of our courts. President Trump's closest advisors held that view both then and now.
Well, do you believe the president should abide by the rulings of the court?
Oh, yeah, we should all comply with the law at all times, to the best of our ability, every one of them.
So once the courts had ruled and the Electoral College had met, the election was over in your view?
Yes, I think I said previously that when the vice president made the certification and the litigation was complete, it was complete.
When the Electoral College...
Even though now Pompeo is agreeing, don't ever trust him ever again in your government. Because he was another one who facilitated the attempted overthrow of this government. He was helping Trump lie to the American people. He was supporting everything that Donald Trump was there doing. Look, you can't be in the circle and going along to get along and then later on claim innocence. It don't work like that. When you know that these people are violating their oaths of office to uphold and defend the Constitution and have become the enemies of it, you swore to defend the country, the Constitution, against all enemies, foreign or domestic. Let's just say foreign and domestic. You have an obligation to be a whistleblower. If nothing else, when you in Islam we are taught that if a Muslim, one who submits to truth, one who submits and obeys truth, sees an injustice, he should do one of three things, or better, all three. Hate it in his heart, speak out against it, and work to change it with his hands. Yeah. Did Pompeo ever come out and tell us what Trump was up to and that it was no good and that kind of thing? He could have resigned. Huh? And then warn the American people that you got a snake in the White House who wants to be a king snake. And if you don't stop him, he will become just that, the king of snakes. Because that's what you've got to be in order to throw away this good thing that you got here. Where people can make fun of presidents if they want to. Huh? Publicly. People can disagree with government officials with impunity. You just saw the little girl from the young lady from that group called Pussy Riot, and they put her in jail for, what was it, 2 years? She was in jail for a few years just for a song she sung. They arrested another one and put him in jail. They trying to get him out now, 15 years. Like this little sister that got caught over there from the Olympic, basketball team, I think. And gave her 15 years for some marijuana or something she had, or whatever. You know, you're going to get enough of going along with injustice just because it ain't you that it's being done to. That's what people didn't mind. As long as it was just the Jews that Hitler was burning and doing wrong, yeah, get them out of here. Get them out. The next thing you know, he was rampaging through every white country in Europe. I didn't hear you. Had England hiding in the tunnels underground. And if America hadn't got involved in it, if the United States hadn't got involved with that war, the swastikas would be flying over England and over the United States. Even people that you was worshiping and Charles Lindbergh, as Rachel Maddow pointed out to you. Charles Lindbergh and this other woman that was a fighter, both of them was working for Hitler. Propaganda. They was over here. Of course, there was a whole lot of people in love with Adolf Hitler. These slave makers over here, these old southern white people over here, and the racist white people in America was supportive of Hitler. That's why you got Nazi parties right here in the United States. You're just that stupid. You know, for you to think that you can end up with a right and good result, a just result, and get there by unjust means, shows how big a fool you are. If your cause was just, justice would get you there. If your cause was right, righteousness would get you there. The mere fact that you go about practicing and committing unjust acts proves that your cause is an unjust cause. You go and commit unrighteous acts while claiming you're trying to get to a righteous end. Is proof that your end is not a righteous end, or it would require righteous conduct to get there. You're a bunch of liars. That's why when I tell you your religions ain't worth the time, the breath that it took you to name it. You can't even come in here and defend what you've been worshiping, because what you've been worshiping is a lie.
The 14th.
Yes, as of December 14th, is that right? I think that's the right date, yeah.
I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the court.
Of course.
And I assume you also...
Everybody is obligated to abide by the rulings of the court.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct.
Ivanka, do you believe the president's obligated to abide by the rulings of the court?
I do.
By mid-December of 2020, President Trump's senior staff were attempting to persuade him to concede the election outcome.
But if the question is, did I believe to concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration. I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia, the son of late Justice Scalia, visited President Trump in mid-December and explained the situation clearly.
The
so I had put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established, that had affected the outcome of the election. Unfortunately, I believe that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
Not only did the courts reject President Trump's fraud and other allegations, his Department of Justice appointees, including Bill Barr, Jeffrey Rosen, and Richard Donahue, did as well. President Trump knew the truth. He heard what all his experts and senior staff were telling him. He knew he had lost the election, but he made the deliberate choice to ignore the courts, to ignore the Justice Department, to ignore his campaign leadership, to ignore senior advisors, and to pursue a completely unlawful effort to overturn the election. His intent was plain: ignore the rule of law and stay in power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Gloria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mid-December was a turning point. President Trump made a decision, a choice, to ignore the courts and his advisors and to push forward to overturn the election. His efforts to overturn the election were not random or disconnected. Rather, they were part of a coordinated, multi-part plan to ensure that he stayed in power. Donald Trump was the driver behind each part of this plan. He was personally and directly involved. Of course, a key element of the plan was continuing to convince tens of millions of Americans that he did not, in fact, lose. Again, he did this even though his own campaign advisors and his Justice Department officials told him his claims of fraud were wrong. In this video, you'll see that even when top law enforcement officials told the president his election fraud claims were false, he still repeated the claims in the days and weeks that followed. Sometimes, even the very next day.
Specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be among the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told them that it was crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on it. And it was doing great.
It was also zero basis for Barr to be when they was talking about all of the wrongdoing of Donald Trump, for him to be suggesting that the president's word is law. There was zero basis for him saying that. The president is the executive branch of the United States, not the lawmaking body. The president does not legislate law. The legislature, the Congress, is the lawmaking body of the country, not the president. You see, I ain't forgot. I mean, now he trying to get out from under that pile of rubbish that he put on top of trying to now pretend to be trying to take the rubbish off of the people's head that he dumped on the people's head. William Barr should not even be allowed to practice law anymore in this country, because he does not respect the law. You can't practice law and put the law behind your back when you feel like it. If you're going to practice law, you must respect the law. You got some house cleaning to do. just like me. You can't claim I don't practice what I'm preaching. As you know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us, you can't go out and tell the world I'm a Muslim unless you practice the principles of our religion. When people that claim to be Muslims get out here and misrepresent us, and I hear about it, or you bring me news of it, I speak about it. And let you know that is not us. You are not a Muslim if you're not following me. You're not a Muslim. Muslim means one who submits. Submits to who? Well, I submit to Allah. No, that's not what that means. It means one who submits to the one whom Allah chose. Because everybody submits to Allah willingly or unwillingly. He asked the question, why didn't you submit to him whom I created with both my hands? Iblis. You ain't got no answer for that now, do you? You notice they ain't got no argument for that either. If I'm not the one that he created with the natural and the spiritual hands, who is? Where's that one? And he better be black too, because he said he's going to be black. Now, where is he? Any of y'all out there that claims to be my equal or know someone who is my equal, I want to meet him. What's wrong? You do all of your big talk behind my back. Why don't you come in here and do it to my face? It's because you know that the truth is not with you. The truth is with me.
Okay. We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With a turn of a dial.
I'm surprised Dominion didn't add Trump to that lawsuit. He stood up there and said Dominion's machines were suspect. Add him to the lawsuit. That's what you need to do. Let's back it up here. Don't let him get away. Get him along with all the rest of them, old Sidney Powell and all of them.
And we're doing a great, great disservice to the country.
Sometimes, even very
I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be among the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told them that it was crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on it. And we're doing a great, great disservice to the country.
We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With a turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump, and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this?
We definitely talked about Antrim County again. That was sort of done at that point, because the Antrim County was done and all that. But we cited back to that today. You know, this is an example of what people are telling you and what's being filed in some of these court filings that are just not supported by evidence. And this is the problem. The problem is people keep telling you these things and they turn out not to be true.
In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used
in the majority of states in our country.
Now remember, he was saying all of this even after he had acknowledged that he knew he lost. This is embarrassing. We got to, So what are you doing? Stand up there, lying and defaming the manufacturers of dominion, slandering them. Listen.
I went into this and would, tell them how crazy some of these allegations were and how ridiculous some of them are. I'm talking about some of them like, more votes, more absentee votes were cast in Pennsylvania than there were absentee ballots requests, stuff like that. It was just easy to blow up. There was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
There were more votes than there were voters. Think of that. You had more votes than you had voters. That's an easy one to figure.
If the manufacturers, Dominion, and the other machines, if you really want to help this country, keep making the machines, but make them with printouts of paper ballots. And the people, when they finish voting, they print it out, they look at it, fold it up, and drop it in the ballot box. Now you got a paper trail, and can't nobody get out there anymore claiming your machines did something that they didn't do. Do you understand? See, it's just a simple thing to have a printout of, and at the end when you get through voting, it lets you go back through it and see what was checked. Well, it just let it be a printout, and then you can see it, and then you have paper ballots again and cast the ballot, and that's it. Do you understand? Okay.
By the thousands.
Then he raised the big vote dump, as he called it, in Detroit. And that, some people saw boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning. And I said, Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct and the counting station. And so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours.
This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly.
With regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses. There is no suitcase. The president kept fixating on the suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots, and the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a real bin where they carry the ballots, and that's just how they move ballots around that facility. There's nothing suspicious about that at all.
Election officials pull boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television. Totally fraudulent.
It's happened over and over again, and our committee's report will document it. Purposeful lies made in public directly at odds with what Donald Trump knew from unassailable sources. The Justice Department's own
Now, just what she just said there, that's what all of you need to remember. Purposeful lies. You understand? There used to be, if you caught a man in the Senate or the House or the president purposely lying, he wasn't going to win no more. because the American people used to have sense enough to realize that the last place you want people to be untruthful with you is in your government. Do you understand? You want to be in the government, be truthful. Be truthful as you are. It's like you hire a person, when they hire you to work in an automobile factory, Ford, General Motors, you get on that assembly line. They want to make sure that everybody on that assembly line is putting parts on that car that they're supposed to be putting on it. Do you understand? They want you to be truthful in your labor. You trust people to get in your government, and you don't mind them being liars? You a fool. You a bigger fool than they are. Who's the bigger fool? The fool or the fool who follows him? That came from Star Wars. You remember that? Okay. Keep on electing liars. Keep on electing people who tell you what you want to hear and agree with you in your bigotry and your racism. You soon ain't going to have nothing because you're troubling your own house. When you send somebody into the legislature that you know is a liar, then I don't know what you expect good to come out of that when you didn't send good up there. You sent evil up there. And now you expecting evil to come from, you expecting goodness to come from evil? You a fool. Am I not on my watch? They ain't even watching. They too busy stealing. Okay.
And his own campaign. Donald Trump maliciously repeated this nonsense to a wide audience over and over again. His intent was to deceive. President Trump's plan also involved trying to coerce government officials to change the election outcome in the states he lost. He personally reached out to numerous state officials and pressured them to take unlawful steps to alter the election results in those states. These actions, taken directly by the president himself, made it clear what his intentions were: to prevent the orderly transfer of power. We all recall, for example, President Trump's tape-recorded call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. At the time this call occurred, President Trump had already been told repeatedly by the U.S. Justice Department, by his campaign, and by his advisors that his allegations of fraud in Georgia were false.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we wanted to say, look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now. We'll have more and more. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
I just want to find 11,780 votes. That's an extraordinary demand by the president, especially since he already knew from the Justice Department there was no genuine basis for this request. No one could think it would be legal for the Secretary of State to simply find the votes the president needed in order to win. Secretary Raffensperger told the president the truth, that he lost the election in Georgia. But President Trump did not accept that answer. Instead, he suggested that Secretary Raffensperger himself might be prosecuted.
That's a criminal offense. And You can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
We know that President Trump's White House advisors reacted negatively. Immediately after the call, Cassidy Hutchinson had a conversation with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
I remember looking at Mark and said, Mark, you can't possibly think we're going to pull this off. Like, that call is crazy. And he looked at me and just started shaking his head. He was like, no, Cass, he knows it's over. He knows he lost, but we're going to keep trying. There's some good options out there still. We're going to keep trying.
This call and other related activities is now the focus of an ongoing criminal investigation in Fulton County, Georgia. Georgia is not the only state where President Trump tried to pressure state officials to change the results. He also attempted to pressure state officials in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Michigan to change the results in those.
And I say to the Justice Department, I hope you really keeping records of who promising that they will do that next time. Because that is a conspiracy too. So, to promise that you're going to do what Trump had asked this time, next time, that's a conspiracy to overthrow the Democratic Republic of the United States. And they running on that promise.
While President Trump is pressuring state officials, he was also trying to use the Department of Justice to change the election results. Top officials told him that there was no evidence to support his claims of fraud, but he didn't care. As he told them, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican Congress.
Now, the legislature is supposed to be a co-equal branch with the executive branch and the judiciary. That means separate. But what did he say there? Just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. See, the man was already doing away with your republic by consolidating the legislature with the executive branch. Huh? Whatever happened to when Boehner was in there and all of them was hollering when the president wanted to do this, and we said, just a minute here. Just not so fast. Huh? Showing their equality with that they can put him in check. How come they didn't put Donald Trump in check? Did you ever hear them put Donald Trump in check? They have been waiting on him, waiting on this to spring the ambush. They've been at war with you ever since the Civil War, and President Lincoln didn't hold nobody responsible. What'd you say? You don't hold nobody responsible. That's just a dress rehearsal. Huh? All right. The first casualty of this was Abraham Lincoln. That started the new Civil War. What you thought was the end of it was just the beginning of it. And they've been working on it ever since. Confederate monuments and statues all over Capitol buildings and all of this kind of naming military installations after Confederate generals and all of this kind of stuff. What do you think been going on? Don't care how much good you did for them. They don't give a damn. Ungrateful, rebellious devils. Do you understand? That's why I said to hell with you. And that's why you catching hell now. When I say it, that's it. And I already said amen, amen, and amen. Cast into hell every ungrateful, rebellious one. I don't care what President Biden have did to help this country. They talking about his approval rating is at what, 40, 44%, 45%. Why not? Why? Why is it at that? Ungrateful, rebellious devils. You planning, but Allah already made his plan. And his plan was to make every one of you pay for your ungrateful, rebellious attitude.
Officials would not do what he said. President Trump embarked in the effort to install Jeff Clark as acting attorney general, solely because he would do what others in the department would not do. We know that Trump was doing so for a specific purpose. The Clark could corruptly employ the Justice Department's authority to help persuade the state to flip electoral votes. For example, when Richard Donahue and Seth Rosen, both appointed by President Trump, learned of Mr. Clark's proposal, here's why they said they forcefully rejected it.
And I recall towards the end saying, what you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of the presidential election. But more importantly, this was not based on facts. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by Department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis.
We know from our investigation that President Trump offered Jeff Clark the position of acting attorney general, and that Jeff Clark had decided to accept it. The only reason this ultimately did not happen is that the White House counsel and a number of Justice Department officials confronted the president in the Oval Office and threatened mass resignation.
And then, and I said something to the effect of, you're going to have a huge personnel blowout within hours, because you're going to have all kinds of problems with resignations and other issues, and that's not going to be in anyone's interest.
The president ultimately relented only because the entire leadership of the Department of Justice, as well as his White House counsel, threatened to resign. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Young woman yields back. The chair recognizes young woman from Florida, Mrs. Murphy, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Trump's efforts to unlawfully overturn the results of the 2020 election were not limited to the big lie in pressuring state officials and the Department of Justice officials. Another key part of the president's effort was a scheme to assemble fake electors to cast false electoral votes in the states that President Trump lost. This was something done not only with the president's knowledge, but also with his direct participation. Ronna McDaniel, chair of the Republican National Committee, testified before this committee that President Trump and his attorney, Dr. John Eastman, called her and asked her to arrange for the fake electors to meet and rehearse the process of casting their fake votes.
When I received the call, again, I don't remember the exact date. It was from the White House switchboard, and it was President Trump who had contacted.
Now remember, they needed the fake electors so that they could arrest the real electors and accuse them of being fake electors and bring the fake electors in there and claim that, see, we uncovered the trick here, and we got them. We got the real electors here. They're going to go on and certify the election, and the real winner was Donald Trump. Do you understand? See, it's all falling into place now, ain't it? Yeah.
And did President Trump have anyone else on the line with him?
He introduced me to a gentleman named John Eastman. So I vaguely remember him mentioning that he was a professor, and then essentially he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result.
Brother Collins told me there's no sound in the conference room. The 055. You see me in both of them? Well, Brother Collins, you need to check your sound, bro. We in there. Huh? You better reconnect. Hang up and reconnect, because usually Brother Jamal would have been saying something anyway. But as far as I'm concerned, we in both rooms. Let's see, 055. Yeah. Okay. All right. So just call it back. We got quite a few people in the conference rooms. So you call it back and see if it's a problem. All right. But yeah, this is I mean, the more you listen to this investigation, the more you realize why them crooks in the Senate on the Republican side didn't want to participate, because a lot of this stuff gonna lead back to some of them. You know why they chose to go on and do the election? You know why they went on and did the count, even after some of them was participating in that January 6th thing? Because it's against the law for you to purposely avoid the final count and the ratification of that election. To try to stop Congress from performing that duty. You sitting up in Congress and saying you're not gonna go on with the count? Okay. See, a lot of them is in danger now. They don't want to talk. They don't want to be called to witness. They want this investigation to go away, because they've been sitting up in there plotting and scheming to overthrow the United States government. And money has been exchanged and deals have been made. Okay.
And your states?
These fake electors are ultimately part of the president's plan to replace genuine Biden electors with Trump electors on January 6th. As part of this plan, the false electoral slates were sent to the National Archives into the Capitol.
We have to take our time and hear this.
Your states?
These fake electors were ultimately part of the president's plan to replace genuine Biden electors with Trump electors on January 6th. As part of this plan, the false electoral slates were sent to the National Archives into the Capitol. The fake electors plan was also tied to another plan, the coercive pressure campaign to make Vice President Mike Pence reject or refuse to count certain Biden electoral votes so that President Donald Trump would, quote, win re-election instead. Here's what Vice President Pence has said about this scheme.
President Trump said I had the right to overturn the election. But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
Make no mistake, President Trump...
The words were good. But this so-called Federalist Society, they are the people who was helping push Trump and putting all these crooks in the Justice Department and any place else they could put them on the bench, and all of these places with their false interpretation or their wrong interpretation of the Constitution. Do you understand? So you have to be very careful when you listen to people's words. Just make sure that their actions, their past actions, are in agreement with their present words. Now, he was right. Donald Trump was wrong when he tried to suggest that the vice president can overturn electoral college results and all of that kind of thing. But at what point in the presidency did Mike Pence ever disagree with Donald Trump on anything he did? When? And you know he was going to be one of the first casualties of that January 6th thing if Trump had had his way. Why? Because everybody knew how loyal Mike Pence had been to Donald Trump. So could nobody had been behind his death but people of Antifa. Do you understand? Because what? He would have had the argument that why would anyone who was a proponent or a supporter of Donald Trump want to kill Mike Pence when Mike Pence was such a good man behind me? That's what he would have been. Oh yeah, he had plans, brother. How else was he going to declare martial law unless certain things had happened? Nancy Pelosi had to go. They were going to get rid of quite a few people, you know. And Joe Biden was going to jail. So, you know, it's not like we had to make up nothing. They have been telling this on themselves. They have been saying what was going to happen. What that woman name that's married to Clarence Thomas? Jenny had it out there. Biden called it a cartel or something, you know. Has been arrested and so, you know, reading how the headline was going to read. Do you understand?
Knew that what he was demanding Vice President Pence do was illegal. He was informed.
Notion that any one person could choose the American president.
Make no mistake, President Trump knew that what Vice President Pence has said about this.
Now remember now, Pence had called George Bush's vice president, what was his name? Dan Quayle, and asked Dan Quayle, could he do that? And Dan Quayle told him, no, man, you can't do that. He had to be told he couldn't do that. Ain't that something? Here, man, the vice president of the United States has to be told that the vice president cannot declare whoever he decides to be the winner of an election, that he cannot change the electoral college's votes. He had to be told that you can't do that. Huh? Then he stand up there and say it like it was his conclusion, when he shouldn't have had to ask nobody that.
President Trump said I had the right to overturn the election. But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election.
But you did look into it. He did look into it. He went and asked others. Man, this a white man don't know what the rules. He's vice president of the United States, and he got to look into it before he can come out and say he can't overturn what the Electoral College do. Ain't that something? Now, who's the bigger fool? The fool or the fool that follows him? Huh? Donald Trump picked him a yes man to be vice president. And he almost yes-manned his way into helping to overthrow his country because he was stupid enough to be bullied into doing something that would get his life taken and being used to help overthrow the government of the United States. Don't ever choose a coward for leadership. Fear can be an ally, or fear can be your worst enemy. Fear can make you careful, make you fight hard, or fear can paralyze you and make you stand still when you should be acting.
The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
Make no mistake, President Trump knew that what he was demanding Vice President Pence to do was illegal. He was informed of this repeatedly, and specifically on January 4th. Even his lawyer, John Eastman, admitted in front of President Trump that this plan would break the law by violating the Electoral Count Act.
Did John Eastman ever admit, or, in front of the president, that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count? I believe he did on the floor.
And Dr. Eastman confirmed this in writing. Recall this email, written on January 6th, in which Vice President Pence's counsel asked Dr. Eastman, "Did you advise the President that in your professional judgment, the Vice President does not have power to decide things unilaterally?" Dr. Eastman replied, "He's been so advised." Of course, President Trump's own White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, also recognized that this plan was unlawful. Here is Mr. Cipolloni's testimony.
My view is that the vice president didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
There is no doubt that President Trump's pressure campaign on Vice President Pence was significant. On the morning of January 6th, President Trump called the Vice President from the Oval Office and demanded that he overturn the results of the election. Numerous witnesses told the Select Committee about the invective that President Trump leveled at his own Vice President.
Something to the effect is I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
And the word that she relayed to that the president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said? Her father called him.
The P word. But Vice President Pence didn't waver even when his own life was endangered by President Trump and the rioters at the Capitol on January 6th, as you'll see in more detail later. A federal judge concluded, based on...
And he's still sticking with them crooks in that party. The man is a coward. And I don't know how much all of them got kicked back from that $2 trillion tax cut that they did, but you can rest assured that they all been sitting pretty since then. You understand me? These people are selling you out. I'm talking to the true American people, the true patriotic people in this country. You got thieves up there in your government that don't give a damn about you. And you had better back up the FBI, the Department of Justice, patriots who trying to protect you. Just like if them people had half their way, it would be millions more of Americans dead if it hadn't been for people like Dr. Fauci. And a president like Joe Biden who's trying to do the right thing by you. Have you ever known a crook that was sorry after he conned people? Have you ever seen that? Or if you back him in a corner, he would say, them fools got what they deserve. They that stupid. Nobody would have went for that but somebody that's stupid. I didn't hear you. They have to convince themselves that you deserve it. Too bad you didn't grow up like I did to have seen the kind of stuff I seen. Now, how you think I know about crooks and stuff and how they think and whatnot? I was always welcome wherever I went because I could, I just knew how to get along with people and keep my own integrity. I done heard people sitting around talking. You'll be surprised how invisible you become when you keep your mouth shut. And just listen. Speak sometime. I make people respect me. I know when to speak up and when to just listen and see how far these fools gonna go. Huh? Say, man, why'd you do that? Oh, man, that nigga deserved it. That's stupid. He deserved it. Yeah? Except for the grace of God, I thought, there go I. And now I know what kind of person you are. Do you understand? I ain't never liked to hang around stupid people. A stupid man will get you hurt. Because when you try to help him, he's too stupid to realize that you're there to help him. He turn on you. It's for the one he's scared of. Man.
Other evidence that President Trump's pressure campaign against the vice president likely violated multiple criminal statutes. In the end, all these people, Department of Justice officials, state elections officials, his own vice president, stood strong in the face of President Trump's immense pressure. But as we now know, President Trump had already summoned tens of thousands of his supporters to Washington on January 6th to take back their country. On December 19th, President Trump first told his supporters to come to Washington. In this and numerous other tweets, he fraudulently and repeatedly promoted January 6th as the day Americans could come and change the election outcome. For weeks, President Trump worked with others to plan the rally, intending all along that he would send an assembled crowd of angry supporters to the Capitol after his speech on their lips on January 6th.
And to send the angry crowd there was to create the means to declare martial law.
We obtained a text message that one rally organizer sent on January 4th. In part, it reads that, quote, POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol, and POTUS is going to just call for it unexpectedly. Again, each of these examples, the big lie, the pressure campaigns against state officials, the pressure campaign against the Department of Justice and his vice president, the fake electors, summoning the mob, all of this demonstrates President Trump's personal and substantial role in the plot to overturn the election. He was intimately involved. He was the central player.
He was going to call for it unexpectedly, call for the march, and call for martial law. Do you understand?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for an opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our past hearings, you have seen direct evidence that President Trump sent a crowd of supporters to the Capitol on January 6th, knowing they were armed and angry. This was the last, most desperate, and dangerous prong of his plan to disrupt the joint session and prevent the orderly transition of power. On the morning of the 6th, the Secret Service was at the ellipse, screening the members of the crowd as they entered the rally site. And they noticed something significant about the crowd. Tens of thousands of people were outside the rally site, but did not want to go through the magnetometers, the metal detectors that were used to screen for dangerous weapons. Since our last hearings, the Select Committee has received greater cooperation from the Secret Service. Nevertheless, the Secret Service text messages from this period were erased in the days and months following the attack on the Capitol, even though documents and materials related to January 6th had already been requested by the Department of Justice and Congress. But we were able to obtain nearly 1 million emails, recordings, and other electronic records from the Secret Service. Over the month of August, the Select Committee began its review of hundreds of thousands of pages and multiple hours of that material, providing substantial new evidence about what happened on January 6th and the days leading up to it. That review continues. What you're about to hear is just a sample of the new and relevant evidence that we have received. Mounting evidence before January 6th predicted violence, and not just violence generally, but violence directed at the Capitol. Intelligence about this risk was directly available to the U.S. Secret Service and others in the White House in advance of the ellipse speech, in advance of the march to the Capitol. The committee has shown evidence that President Trump was aware of the risk of violence. The FBI, U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and other agencies all gathered and disseminated intelligence suggesting the possibility of violence at the Capitol prior to the riot. We're now going to show you just a sample of the evidence we have received. Days before January 6th, the President's senior advisors at the Department of Justice and FBI, for example, received an intelligence summary that included material indicating that certain people traveling to Washington were making plans to attack the Capitol. This summer, he noted online calls to occupy federal buildings, rhetoric about invading the Capitol building, and plans to arm themselves and to engage in political violence at the event. Other agencies were also giving predictions suggesting possible,
which was to set the stage for martial law. Do you understand? That was the plan. That was the only way he could stay in office, is to cancel the election and declare martial law. And then get out there and lie about the electors was faked and all of this, and we got the true ones here, when the fake ones is the ones that he called the true ones. Do you understand? And then he was going, Sidney Powell was going to head up the investigation. She was going to be the special counsel to head the investigation. And, you know, it all, that was their plan. And every one of them should spend the rest of their life behind bars.
Of the Capitol. On a call with President Trump's White House National Security Staff in early January 2021, Deputy Secretary of Defense David Norquist had warned about the potential that the Capitol would be the target of the attack. Here's General Mark Milley, who was also present for this call, describing Deputy Secretary Norquist's warning.
So during these calls, I only remember in hindsight because it was almost like clairvoyant. Norquist says during one of these calls, the greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it.
This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th, with the heading, "Armed and ready, Mr. President." According to the intelligence, multiple users online were targeting members of Congress, instructing up.
See there? Armed and ready. They even talked about the Overwatch. You saw Sniper, right? He was the Overwatch for those on the ground, and he'd take out certain people that was getting ready to attack American soldiers or whatnot. He took them out before they could do it. Do you understand? Now, who was going to be the first one shot? In order to justify the declaration of martial law, them however many Secret Service agents was around the president, they was going to be shot and killed. And that was going to make it a very serious affair. And nobody would say, well, that was done purposely. It would have appeared that the Secret Service, the real target was Donald Trump. But it wasn't. As they say, if you want to kill somebody and get away with it, let them be standing next to the president. And people will always... Did you see Shooter? Yeah. See? You know, when you don't... when you take part in any event and don't come away with some kind of lesson, why were you there? Oh, you was having fun.
March into the chambers on January 6th and make sure they know who to fear. In this report received on December 26th, the Secret Service...
I'm going to back that up because we want to make sure. Notice they said they got a note.
Armed and ready, Mr. President. This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th, with the heading, "Armed and ready, Mr. President." According to the intelligence, multiple users online were targeting members of Congress, instructing others to march into the chambers on January 6th and make sure they know who to fear. In this report, received on December 26th, the Secret Service Field Office relayed a tip that had been received by the FBI. According to the source of the tip, the Proud Boys plan to march armed into D.C. They think that they will have a large enough group to march into D.C. armed, the source reported, and will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped. The source went on to say their plan is to literally kill people. Please take this tip seriously and investigate further. The source also made clear that the Proud Boys had detailed their plans on multiple websites, like the Donald.win. Let's pause here. The Secret Service had advance information more than 10 days beforehand regarding the Proud Boys' planning for January 6th. We know now, of course, that the Proud Boys...
Don't forget, Mike Flynn and Roger Stone and what that other fat boy named, Steve Bannon, they had been meeting with Donald Trump. Michael Flynn is the one that brought up declare martial law. And then Roger Stone was boasting about it, that we would just say, we don't accept you remember he was boasting about Donald Trump going to throw it all out? And then we don't accept your results, California, and that kind of thing, you know. It was all their plan. Now you got these messages back and forth between them, telling you what I just said. It all falls into place. Do you understand? Just wait a minute. Read their messages there. They have to kill some people.
Websites.
If they don't kill some people, it ain't anarchy. It's not mayhem. So they're gonna kill some people. What people was they gonna kill? Wasn't none there but Donald Trump supporters? Huh? They're gonna sacrifice some people. Do you understand? Well, now, them people that was there, they didn't know that they was expendable. What did your boy say on the last stand for X-Men? Always send the pawns in first. Huh? Pawns are expendable. Yeah. It's just like, you know, you look at the term pawn and you don't really see it, but when you're getting ready to give up something so because you need some money bad, you take it to the pawn shop. Is that right? Okay. All right. Let's get back to this here. You know, the
source went on to say,
I'm so thankful that the truth has come.
Chambers on January 6th. According to the intelligence, multiple users online were targeting members of Congress, instructing others to march into the chambers on January 6th and make sure they know who to fear. In this report, received on December 26th, the Secret Service Field Office relayed a tip that had been received by the FBI. According to the source of the tip, the Proud Boys plan to march armed.
Oh, by the way, you haven't forgotten that with all of the murders of children and all of the murders that have been taking place in the schools, when the parents and the teachers and the majority of the American people, a great majority of the American people wanted something done about guns and who could purchase them and background checks. You notice the Republicans wouldn't do it. Armed and ready, Mr. President. Had to make sure they could have access to all the guns they wanted. Do you understand? Okay, I'm trying to show you. These people never stop fighting that civil war. You may think that they dumb you down enough, frighten you up enough where you will think that you need guns. But that's what they want. They want another war for what kind of civilization they will have. Do you understand? They never think about the fact, why did we lose? If you had thought about why you lost, you would have known that you never could have won because your cause was not just. Don't make no difference how many people with you when you're doing something that's wrong. You are destined to fail. Look at all of the people who rose up when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad started first teaching. Daddy Grace, Father Divine, all of them people, they had been under Master Farad Muhammad. They had heard his teachings. In the end, one but one left standing. And the only one who you still hear about is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because he was God's man. His work is standing here talking to you right now. Where's all of these people that you claim was great people? Where's their student? I mean, Marcus Garvey loved us. He was a great man. Noble Drew Ali loved us. He was a great man. But they wasn't God's messengers. That's why you can't get no student of theirs to talk to one who was a student of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad on the level that I'm on. You can't find another student from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that can hold a lengthy conversation with me. Pretty soon, I'm the only one talking. Because I'm the only one that message was made clear to. And even I had to grow into the clarity of it. And as the messenger said, I know you will not agree with me, but you will grow to agree with me. And I have grown to agree with him. Took me a long time to understand that God is man. I didn't argue with it. I just knew I didn't understand that because, how can God be man? That don't make no sense. But as I grew, I understand it now. You see? It's been in the scriptures all the time. He called them gods unto whom the word of God came. Then God is man. It's just that simple. But anyway, as you go back and listen to the words of these people, people tell on themselves all the time. It's just that we don't hear it. But listen.
One of these calls, the greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it.
This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th with the heading, "Armed and Ready, Mr. President."
You notice, Donald Trump never called for gun control. Never. Did he? And all of them lockstep, sellout, racist, bigoted people calling themselves Republicans in name only. They was walking lockstep with him, and half of them didn't have the slightest clue as to what the plan was. I'm just telling you, do your hands know anything about what your head's gonna do? They had the mark of the beast in their hands. not in their forehead. Do you understand? You see, the mark is, how many times have you said he missed the mark? You know, and when you out on target practice, the mark is the bullseye. If your aim is to hit the bullseye, then anything other than the bullseye, you miss the mark. But if your mark is the target, well, then wherever you hit on that target, at least you hit the mark. Do you understand? Okay. The goal is the mark. And so you had a few of them, like Roger Stone, Bannon, what's his name? Steve Bannon, and Michael Flynn. They had the mark in their forehead. They knew what the goal was. They had it in their brain. But a lot of them other people, they just had it in their hands. They were just being told what to do. They didn't know the whole story. Do you understand? Okay. See, so you have to understand these truths that the Bible told us about a long time ago. The prophets saw this stuff. You know. So let's see here.
According to the intelligence, multiple users online were targeting members of Congress, instructing others to march into the chambers on January 6th and make sure.
I want to get back to that part where they told him, armed and ready, Mr. President. Let's see.
He says during one of these calls, the greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it.
This email, for example, was an alert that the secret.
It was a little before that. Just a moment. Give me a moment. You know,
intelligence about this risk was directly.
I've never been on a jury before. I've been called for jury duty, but they never chose me. Now you know why. No, we don't want him on that, because I'm good at persuading people with truth, and they don't want nobody on the jury that is that good at analyzing things. The prosecution wants him, but the defense don't want nobody like that unless the man is really innocent. And but anyway,
available to the U.S. Secret Service and others in the White House in advance of the ellipse speech, in advance of the march to the Capitol. The committee has shown evidence that President Trump was aware of the risk of violence. The FBI, U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and other agencies all gathered and disseminated intelligence suggesting the possibility of violence at the Capitol prior to the riot. We're now going to show you just a sample of the evidence we have received. Days before January 6th, the President's senior advisors at the Department of Justice and FBI, for example, received an intelligence summary that included material indicating that certain people traveling to Washington were making plans to attack the Capitol. This summary noted online calls to occupy federal buildings, rhetoric about invading the Capitol building, and plans to arm themselves and to engage in political violence at the event. Other agencies were also hearing predictions suggesting possible violence at the Capitol. On a call with President Trump's White House National Security Staff in early January 2021, Deputy Secretary of Defense David Norquist had warned about the potential that the Capitol would be the target of the attack. Here's General Mark Milley, who was also present for this call, describing Deputy Secretary Norquist's.
That's not, I didn't go back far enough. I want to go back to where he first said armed and ready. So, this is, I want to make sure that I heard it and that you heard it too. You see, so it'll, no, just a moment. I'm talking about where the first, them Proud Boys and stuff, first printed on there. Armed and ready, Mr. President. Just a moment. I'm going to get it if I had to go back to the beginning when he started speaking. But, sometimes, you know, this is what happens when juries...
Central player. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
When juries are deliberating, now what goes on in jury rooms. Because certain evidence that was heard, they said, no, go back to when he said such and so and such and so and so, and listen to it. And that's why deliberation sometimes takes days. Do you understand? So,
Yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for an opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our past hearings, you have seen direct evidence that President Trump sent a crowd of his supporters to the Capitol on January 6th, knowing they were armed and angry. This was the last, most desperate and dangerous prong of his plan to disrupt the joint session and prevent the orderly transition of power. On the morning of the 6th, the Secret Service was at the Ellipse, screening the members of the crowd as they entered the rally site. And they noticed something significant about the crowd. Tens of thousands of people were outside the rally site, but did not want to go through the magnetometers, the metal detectors that were used to screen for dangerous weapons. Since our last hearings, the Select Committee has received greater cooperation from the Secret Service. Nevertheless, Secret Service text messages from this period were erased in the days and months following the attack on the Capitol, even though documents and materials related to January 6th had already been requested by the Department of Justice and Congress. But we were able to obtain nearly 1 million emails, recordings, and other electronic records from the Secret Service. Over the month of August, the Select Committee began its review of hundreds of thousands of pages and multiple hours of that material, providing substantial new evidence about what happened on January 6th and the days leading up to it. That review continues. What you're about to hear is just a sample of the new and relevant evidence that we have received. Mounting evidence before January 6th predicted violence, and not just violence generally, but violence directed at the Capitol. Intelligence about this risk was directly available to the U.S. Secret Service and others in the White House in advance of the Ellipse speech, in advance of the march to the Capitol. The committee has shown evidence that President Trump was aware of the risk of violence. The FBI, U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and other agencies all gathered and disseminated intelligence suggesting the possibility of violence at the Capitol prior to the riot. We're now going to show you just a sample of the evidence we have received. Days before January 6th, the President's senior advisors at the Department of Justice and FBI, for example, received an intelligence summary that included material indicating that certain people traveling to Washington were making plans to attack the Capitol. This summary noted online calls to occupy federal buildings, rhetoric about invading the Capitol building, and plans to arm themselves and to engage in political violence at the event. Other agencies were also hearing predictions suggesting possible violence at the Capitol. On a call with President Trump's White House National Security Staff in early January 2021, Deputy Secretary of Defense David Norquist had warned about the potential that the Capitol would be the target of the attack. Here's General Mark Milley, who was also present for this call, describing Deputy Secretary Norquist's warning.
So during these calls, I only remember it in hindsight because he was almost like clairvoyant. Norquist says during one of these calls, the greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it.
This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th, with the heading, Armed and Ready, Mr. President. According to the intelligence,
there it is. Armed and ready, Mr. President. Stand back and stand by. You remember that? Yeah. Stand by simply means wait on further instructions. Do you understand? And what did they say? Armed and ready, Mr. President. Armed and ready for what? Standing by for further orders. Huh? Of course, this is not the Army, Navy, Air Force, or Marines, or a militia. It is a gang calling themselves a militia, standing by to try to overthrow the United States government. Do you understand? How could they be a militia if they going up to overwhelm the police? Militias are well-regulated group of citizens for the security of the government, not for the overthrow. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the state, the right of the people of the militia to keep and to bear arms shall not be infringed. Huh? It didn't say nothing about a well-regulated militia being necessary for the overthrow of the state. I mean, you can't do that. Huh? You see how lack of knowledge. Now you see why he said he loved the poorly educated. Okay. Listen to how he put it.
This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th with the heading, Armed and Ready, Mr. President. According to the intelligence, multiple users online were targeting members of Congress, instructing others to march into the chambers on January 6th and make sure they know who to fear. In this report received on December 26th, the Secret Service Field Office relayed a tip that had been...
Now, what do people do when truth is not on their side? In order to get their way, they have to try to frighten you. Do you understand? They have to try to use force and just force their way on you. Because reason is against them. But understand something. That's a fool's errand. He just don't know it. It's a lot of creatures that's more powerful than man. But man still winds up on top. Now we the top of this food chain, boy. do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, it's like this fella that was in a fight, and we used to have a little joke running. He said, "Man, he knows karate." He said, "Yeah, but I know K-30." So brute force is always something that you can think of to deal with brute force. It's just like, people used to think that a bullet A bullet was the end all to all arguments until bulletproof vest was made. Do you understand that? Now you got a problem. You understand what I'm saying? Never pick fights with people that have more sense than you. You're going to lose. You may win a battle or two, but one battle does not end a war. And in the end, the one with the most knowledge, the one with the most sense, that's the one that's going to end up on top. And if you were wise, you wouldn't even start an argument or a fight with that person, because you cannot win.
By the FBI. According to the source of the tip, the Proud Boys plan to march armed into D.C. They think that they will have a large enough group to march into D.C. armed, the source reported, and will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped.
See? They lost any right to claim to be a militia when they decided that they was going to march against the police. Because the police is a militia that's well regulated. Regulated by who? The laws that govern the United States. What law was on their side? Even if the president declared martial law, that's not on their side, because they are not an accepted, regulated militia. Or they wouldn't be talking about going up against the police. Do you understand? You don't call the National Guard in during a riot to go against police. You call the National Guard in, the militia in, to back up the police. Do you understand? Militias back up law enforcement. It's not the other way around. You don't send armies and bodies of militia in that have been trained for war and to kill. You don't send them in to police nobody. You send them in to back up police. Do you understand? And they, take their orders from the police. They don't go in there. You don't want to send them in there to take charge, because they've been trained to kill. Kill who? Other soldiers, not civilians. That's a civil matter. That's not a military matter. You put them in there to just calm things down and to intimidate, but not to harm. To stop a crowd from saying, well, you don't want to go up against him. He got on bulletproof, he got on flak jacket, helmet, long rifle, and everything. You got an assault rifle. You ain't got nothing. You don't want to go up against him. Do you understand? And then when you get back, everything calmed down. Then the police got it, and then you go back to your base. But these people, listen. They think that they will have a large enough group to march into D.C. armed and will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped. Is that a militia? Or is that a gang? That's a gang. Their plan is to literally kill people. You got to kill people. Well, what people was there? See, you ain't even thought about why they put that in there. Whoever infiltrated the group understood that part of the plan was to kill people. And the people that was there was the people who supported Donald Trump. It was all going to be staged. And the ones who were participating, they didn't even know what the plot was. that some of them was going to be killed to make it appear that martial law needed to be declared because everything got out of control, and then they was going to claim that there was some Antifa people there. It's them dead bodies, don't know who they are. They can be whoever you want them to be. You understand? So they can claim that it was Antifa people shooting Trump followers. And the fools who was following Donald Trump not even realizing that it was actually Donald Trump and them behind all of them people being killed. They're just that stupid. And, you know, I mean, these little plots that he got here, you can see some of that stuff on TV. You know, you just, I don't know what world you've been living in. But anyway, I can't take the credit for knowing all of this stuff because I done seen it on so many movies. How a crook get himself in position and have people deceived into thinking that he's their savior or something, and the next thing you know, he done set up a scenario to make himself look brave by killing some of them and pretending to be their savior. Yeah, but man, these people. Anyway, their plan is to literally kill people. Why put it like that? Their plan is to literally kill some of their own supporters. That's why literally is in there. Do you understand? They're literally to kill some of their own people. Please, please take this tip seriously and investigate further. That's the one thing about the justice system. It's not the Minority Report. You can't arrest people before they do something. you got to try to stop them when they attempt to do it. Do you understand? If you can know what they got planned, but if you arrest them before they try to implement it, they can say, "Oh, we were just talking. We wasn't intending on doing that. That was just talk." No, you got to get them started. Do you understand? So now what should have happened was everybody that was up there at that thing where they messed up was they should have arrested them on the spot there. They should have all been taken to jail. Right then. Not go back and get them later. Get them while they up there. Then you ain't got to go looking for them. Do you understand? But you know, how many times has this happened in the United States? When it did, it happened a long, long time ago. Now, they weren't prepared to deal with something like this, especially white people going up into their Capitol building and trying to overthrow the government. Do you understand? So you have to kind of look at that too. So.
The source went on to say, their plan is to literally kill people. Please take this tip seriously and investigate further. The source also made clear that the Proud Boys had detailed their plans on multiple websites, like the Donald.win. Let's pause here. The Secret Service had advance information more than 10 days beforehand regarding the Proud Boys' planning for January 6th. We know now, of course, that the Proud Boys and others did lead the assault on our Capitol building. On December 31st, agents circulated intelligence reports that President Trump's supporters have proposed a movement to occupy Capitol Hill. In particular, they flagged spikes in violent hashtags like "We Are the Storm," 1776 Rebel, and Occupy Capitals. On January 5th, a Secret Service open source unit flagged a social media account on the Donald.win that threatened to bring a sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user also posted a picture of a handgun and rifle with the caption, "Sunday Gun Day, providing Overwatch January 6th, will be wild. Later, on the evening of January 5th, the Secret Service learned during an FBI briefing that right-wing groups were establishing armed QRFs, or quick reaction forces, readying to the...
Go back to that part. Now, listen, and look at this.
Agents circulated intelligence reports that President Trump's supporters have proposed a movement to occupy Capitol Hill. In particular, they flagged spikes in violent hashtags like "We Are the Storm," 1776 Rebel, and Occupy Capitals.
What did the term "We Are the Storm" mean? You know, in a storm, you just try to seek shelter. Thunderstorm, hurricane that whips up storms, huh? You seek shelter because it's what? It's uncontrollable. We are the storm. We are the mayhem. We are the anarchy. We are the godlessness that will make way for the autocracy. Do you understand? We are the storm. You see, that's what they put in there. We are the storm. They're gonna go in there and make it. And remember, that's what they called Hitler's people, storm troopers. Huh? Keep everybody shook up and scared. And when people are scared, you don't have to worry about them too much. Because they can't think when they're scared. Fear is the mind killer. You got to be calm. You notice, we used to, you look at somebody who is cool under fire. It's because they've learned to master their emotions and master their fear. And so they are cool, calm, and collected of their thoughts. And they think their way out of situations instead of thinking that they can react their way out of situations. You see, reactionary people can be herded into a position where you can slaughter them. You see, because they just reacted to what you're doing, which means they are under your control.
On January 5th, a Secret Service open source unit flagged a social media account on the Donald.win that threatened to bring a sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user also posted a picture of a handgun and rifle with the caption, "Sunday Gun Day," providing Overwatch January 6th. With
providing sniper fire on January 6th. That's what Overwatch is, a sniper. You understand? Okay. So the minute he pull up in the limo and this agents get out and they walking up there, the sniper takes the two agents out. You see? And Donald Trump stands there looking around like he's so tough and whatnot, when he will look powerful. Remember Miss Cassidy said Rudy told her that? What? If they was going to kill some of his supporters, what made you think they wasn't going to kill some of his protectors? All right.
Will be wild. Later, on the evening of January 5th, the Secret Service learned during an FBI...
that word again.
The Secret Service learned during an FBI briefing that right-wing groups were establishing armed QRFs, or quick reaction forces.
Wait a minute. Get back, I want you to repeat that so that you don't...
Sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user... On January 5th, a Secret Service open source unit flagged a social media account on the Donald.win that threatened to bring a sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user also posted a picture of a handgun and rifle with the caption, "Sunday Gun Day, providing Overwatch January 6th will be wild." Later, on the evening of January 5th, the Secret Service learned during an FBI briefing that right-wing groups were establishing armed QRFs, or Quick Reaction Forces, readying to deploy for January 6th. Groups like the Oath Keepers were standing by at the ready should POTUS request assistance. By invoking the Insurrection Act, agents were informed. As we all know now, the Oath Keepers did play a specific role on January 6th and had stashed weapons in Virginia for further violence that evening. Also,
see, what was they trying to do? They was trying to use your own laws and rules against you. President Biden was president-elect, but he wasn't officially president until the certification on January the 20th. Meanwhile, Donald Trump was still president up until that time. Do you understand? And so they was going to try to use, they was going to their plan was to overthrow the government legally. Even that old crazy boy, I forgot his name, they got on Ari Melba and confessed about the football play that they was running. The what? Navarro. He got on there and bragged about it. It's legal. The fool that, as Ari Melba told him, you realize you just described a coup, right? A coup attempt, right? It's legal. That's what he thought what they was doing. He was just that stupid. The Constitution can be followed legally to overthrow the government. That's rich. But the devil made his deeds fair seeming to him. Huh? The mind that's in him is already goofy. Because of what? Why would you even want to destroy the United States when you have nothing better to replace it with? I mean, I talk to, I help my followers grow up quick. They come in here, he may have a job or whatnot, and tell me I'm getting ready to quit this job. And do what? What do you have? You got something to replace it with? What you gonna do about the income that you was getting from? And you don't ever get rid of something. Why would you burn your house down if you ain't got no other house to live in? I don't care how raggedy it is, it beats sleeping out on the ground. I didn't hear you. So likewise, I've asked you many times, what government do you see that's better than the one that you have here, the United States? What country do you see that's better off than the United States? I mean, you in such a hurry to see this globe, dude. What is it that you? What is your alternative? Most of the countries that you would go to, they depend on the United States as far as their economy and all of that stuff. Most of them shipping goods and services over here to this country. It's part of their gross national income. Doing business with the United States. Not to mention the free governments They pattern themselves after the United States. But even the new Nation of Islam, a lot of what I'm teaching and doing, I learned it from them. I just took it to another level, but I got my start right here. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad got his start right here. He said he respects the American government. He said, I could get into Russia today. He said, but I respect the American government and I will not go to their enemies seeking help. I don't need them. That's what he said. You running around here, you little rocks in your pocket, crazy folks walking around here thinking that somehow you got some argument against me. You ain't got nothing against me. You'd know that if you had been man enough to come in here and discuss it with me. But instead, you a coward who talks about people behind their back. And so you get to be the prosecution and the whatever little defense you want to have. You get to argue both sides. But you can't claim no title or nothing if you ain't willing to face nobody who claiming the same title. I didn't hear you. You got to face the one who's claiming to be what you're claiming to be. I'm the only leader for black people in this country and any place on the earth, if you want to be truthful about it, which makes me the leader for all people. Because all people came out of black people, which means all people are black people. You go by color, I go by origin. It's all me. Red and yellow, pink and green, purple, orange, blue. It's all sunlight. Yeah. I get lessons from everywhere. That's a song. Red and yellow, pink and green, purple and orange and blue. I can sing a rainbow. I can sing a rainbow. I can sing a rainbow too. So it's all truth, brother. Everywhere you look, the truth is there. It ain't no place that you can go that is somewhere that the truth ain't there. Do you understand? It wouldn't be there if the truth hadn't brought it there. So I don't worry about these crazy folks. These little right-wing groups responding from across the nation and establishing quick reaction forces. What they call quick reaction forces. Unregulated people calling themselves militias. Standing by at the ready should POTUS request assistance. Ain't that something?
On that day, the Secret Service was raiding with security precautions for the president's speech at the ellipse the next day. A Secret Service deputy chief instructed agents to add certain objects to the list of items that would be prohibited at the rally site, including ballistic vests, tactical vests, armored or not, and ballistic helmets. By the morning of January 6th, it was clear that the...
And if they were truly malicious, you could not infringe their right to that. The right of the people to keep and to bear arms shall not be infringed. You can't infringe, you cannot forbid the Army, Navy, Air Force, or Marines to wear any type of military gear or any type of military weapon, whether it's a tank or whether it's a howitzer, or whether it's a recoilless rifle or M79 grenade launcher, whatever he carrying, you ain't got nothing to say about it. I didn't hear you. If they issued it to him, he got a right to it. I didn't hear you. You don't tell him drop your gun. No, sir. I'll drop you if you don't get out of the way. That's the way that goes. Because when he's sent out, understand something. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine, their whole purpose is not to wound, but to kill. Now you better wake up and know that now that's a militia. You don't call them out unless you ready to go to war. You don't call them out to police nobody. You call them out to go to war. Because the security of your nation is at stake.
Secret Service anticipated violence. It felt like the calm before the storm, one agent predicted in a Protective Intelligence Division chat group. Another remarked how agents were watching the crazies on live stream. By 9:09 that morning, the Secret Service could also...
You see, the government people, the Secret Service and all of them knew them people was crazy. Watching these crazies here. You gotta be crazy to be calling yourself a militia or whatnot and trying to overthrow the government. You gotta be crazy. Militias don't overthrow governments. They defend their government.
To see that many rally-goers were assembled outside the security perimeter. One agent...
And by the way, their government is not an individual. The government of the United States is the Constitution. And the people who swear to uphold it represents that document. Until they cease to uphold it, then they become domestic enemies. Because without the Constitution, there is no United States. That is the unity. In order to form a more perfect unity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of, for, and by the people of the United States of America. I didn't know I remembered all of them things. Way back from elementary school, they must have did a good job of teaching. I didn't. You say, you've been brainwashed, nigga. I tell you what, come on in here and talk to me and see how brainwashed I am. That's where you do that. I mean, if they brainwash me, you ought to be able to get me to a point where I can't talk back. See, your problem is you bought into racism. I did not. The truth don't care what color you are if you tell the truth. You tell the truth. And whoever accept the truth, they are accepting the truth. And they got nothing to do with what color you are. It's just the truth. Jesus even talked about how documents, how truth can make you one with whoever. That's in the 17th chapter of John, where Jesus said this. I told you that these people, they didn't just haphazardly put the Constitution together. They had the help of Almighty God. It says in the 11th verse, and now I am no more in the world. George Washington them ain't no more in the world, are they? It says, but these are in the world, and I come to thee. Holy Father, keep through thine own name, through thine own word, those whom thou hast given me, that they may be one as what? As we are. You see? You don't have to worry about being accused of breaking the law if you are one in agreement with the Constitution. They can accuse you all they want, but the Constitution will defend you. Do you understand? There you go. You see, and no matter what part of the country you live in, the minute you set foot on United States soil, you are subject to the Constitution of the United States. Consequently, if the Constitution, if you are the subject of it, if you come under the jurisdiction of it, then the Constitution also protects you. Do you understand? So you have to be careful how you, like, that's why I said justice is a two-edged sword. You know, once you are under the jurisdiction of justice, then justice is also your protector as well as your condemner. Just depends on where you stand and what you're trying to do. You understand? Okay.
Been emailed, possibly because they have stuff that couldn't come through, would probably be an issue with this crowd. Just a thought.
Just a minute. Let's get back to that.
We're watching the crazies on live stream. By 9:09 that morning, the Secret Service could also see that many rally-goers were assembled outside the security perimeter. One agent emailed, possibly because they have stuff that couldn't come through, would probably be an issue with this crowd. Just a thought. By 9:30 that morning, agents reported more than 25,000 people outside the rally site. An hour later, the Secret Service reported that the crowd was on the mall watching, but not in line. The head of the President's Secret Service Protective Detail, Robert Engel, was specifically aware of the large crowds outside the magnetometers. He passed that information along to Tony Ornato, who worked for Mark Meadows in the Chief of Staff's office. The documents we obtained from the Secret Service make clear that the crowd outside the magnetometers was armed, and the agents knew it. Take a look at what they were seeing and hearing on the ground. One report from the rally site at 7:58 a.m. said, some members of the crowd are wearing ballistic helmets, body armor, carrying radio equipment, and military-grade backpacks. Another, from 9:30 a.m., said that there were possibly OC spray, meaning pepper spray, and/or plastic riot shields. At 11:23 a.m., agents also reported possible armed individuals, one with a Glock, one with a rifle. Over the next hour, agents reported possible man with a gun reported, confirmed pistol on hip located in a tree, and one detained at 14th and I Street Northwest. Individual had an assault rifle on his person. Minutes before President Trump began his speech, members of the Federal Protective Service, an agency tasked with protecting federal buildings, were alerted about an arrest of a protester with a gun on his waistband. And during the speech, the weapons-related arrests continued. At 12:13 p.m., United States Park Police arrested a man with a rifle in front of the World War II memorial. These agents remarked on the number of weapons that had been seized that day, speculating that the situation could get worse. With so many weapons found so far, you wonder how many are unknown, one agent wrote at 12:36 p.m. Could be sporty after dark. At 12:47 p.m., another agent responded, no doubt. The people at the Ellipse said they are moving to the Capitol after the POTUS speech. As the documents we received make clear, the Secret Service was aware of weapons possessed by those gathered at rallies in D.C. as early as the evening before. Take this document, for instance, which details multiple arrests in the crowds demonstrating on January 5th. Those arrests were for weapons offenses, handguns, high-capacity feeding devices, ammunition. What the Secret Service saw on the 6th was entirely consistent with the violent rhetoric circulating in the days before the joint session on before.
Now, actually, it didn't just say ammunition, it said unregistered ammunition.
They are moving to the Capitol after the POTUS speech. As the documents we received make clear, the Secret Service was aware of weapons possessed by those gathered at rallies in D.C. as early as the evening before. Take this document, for instance, which details multiple arrests in the crowds demonstrating on January 5th.
Multiple weapon offenses to include carrying a handgun without a license, possessing a high-capacity feeding device, and unregistered ammunition. He just said an ammunition, but it says unregistered ammunition. What kind of ammunition? You know, it's certain ammunition that's unlawful to use against human beings outside of a war zone. Do you understand? Okay.
Those arrests were for weapons offenses, handguns, high-capacity feeding devices, ammunition. What the Secret Service saw on the 6th was entirely consistent with the violent rhetoric circulating in the days before the joint session on pro-Trump websites, at times amplified by the president's own advisors. On one of these sites, as you've heard, one of those was called the Donald.win. The subcommittee has obtained a text message that Jason Miller, a senior communications advisor, sent to Mark Meadows less than a week before January 6th. I got the base fired up, he wrote in all caps. He sent a link to this page on the Donald.win. The linked webpage had comments about the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Take a look at some of those comments. Gallows don't require electricity. If the filthy commie maggots try to push their fraud through, there will be hell to pay. Our lawmakers in Congress can leave one of two ways. One, in a body bag. Two, after rightfully certifying Trump the winner. Mr. Miller claimed that he had no idea about the hundreds of comments like these in the link that he sent to Mark Meadows. If I had seen something like that, I probably would have flipped it to someone at the White House. If I had seen some of that nature, I would have said, we got to flag this for Secret Service. Or
no, he would have flipped it to somebody at the White House. That's what he would have done, which is not what he was supposed to do. He should have flipped it to someone at the Justice Department or the Secret Service. Watch him correct himself. Liar.
that he sent to Mark Meadows.
If I had seen something like that, I probably would have flipped it to someone at the White House. If I had seen something of that nature, I would have said, we got to flag this for Secret Service or something of that nature.
But the Trump administration was aware of this type of violent rhetoric prior to January 6th. In fact, as we have seen, the Secret Service and other agencies knew of the prospect of violence well in advance of the president's speech at the ellipse. Despite this, certain White House and Secret Service witnesses previously testified that they had received no intelligence about violence that could have potentially threatened any of the
Tell you what, so that people don't miss out, since the conference line ran out, I'm going to stop it right there. And we'll take this up from this point. If it pleases Allah, we'll take it up tomorrow. Okay? All right. That way people don't wonder what they missed and all that kind of stuff. So, so that was almost 6 hours. So we're gonna stop right there. So unless somebody had something they wanted to ask me, I'm going to put a pin in it right there. May Allah bless us all and keep us safe and in our right minds. And I'm gonna tell you something. You better stand up for what you got, or pretty soon you ain't gonna have it. Now you can sit around here jaw jacking all you want, but you better get yourself down there and put you some people up there in that House of Representatives and in that Senate that gives a damn about you. Okay. I think Miss Hitchcock's supposed to be coming on here next Sunday to, you know, speak to some of the people about who they should support. I just tell you to support the Democrats. That's what I tell you. You know, some of the intelligent Republicans are telling you that themselves. You know, just vote Democrat for now. Because the Republican Party, they don't went crazy. At least they have manifested themselves to be a party of traitors against the United States. Now that's what you got now over there. A party that's filled with traitors against the United States. Okay. So I'll talk to you later. May Allah's salam alaikum.
This session is no longer being goodbye.